Linda.
Well, good morning, everybody. And for once, I can waive the health and safety briefing because everybody here has heard it before ad nausea. So we can commence with the Queensland Lakes District Council. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Tēnā koutou, it's nice to be with you today. Do you have a copy of my legal submissions?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's also a brief of evidence from Simon Mason.
Yes, we have that. Thank you.
Excellent. Would you like me to start by reading my submissions now?
Yes, we do.
Queenstown Lakes District Council is one of the 5 territorial authorities in the Otago region. QLDC and Dunedin City Council are the only 2 territorial authorities with submissions on the proposed Otago Regional Plan's freshwater planning instrument. Perhaps not coincidentally, they are the 2 main providers of municipal water supply, wastewater and stormwater services in the region. QLDC benefits immensely from and relies on the beauty of its natural environment, including its many stunning lakes and rivers. It's also a district with a small resident population of ratepayers, but a disproportionate demand for municipal services due to high visitor numbers and has a strong growth profile. The health of the district's water bodies is crucial to all aspects of the district's well-being. QLDC is fully supportive of the work that ORC, Tangata Whenua, and the community have put into developing long-term visions for each of the freshwater management units within the district. QLDC considers that these visions are consistent with the National Policy Statement's fundamental concept of te mana o te wai. QLDC is broadly supportive of the freshwater planning instrument as advanced by the Regional Council in its Section 42A report, subject to submissions on a few particular points. The first is that ORC's policy LFYP1 is too narrowly focused on ingestion and immersive activities, thereby failing to prioritise other ways in which freshwater is vital to the health needs of people, as required by the National Policy Statement's objective. And secondly, that ORC's policy LFF Freshwater Policy 7A is inconsistent with the NPSFM's objective because it does not implement that objective's differentiation between the second tier priority, the health needs of people, and the third tier priorities, being the ability of people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. QLDC has provided the panel with a statement of evidence from Simon Mason, the Infrastructure Operations Manager at QLDC. Mr. Mason's evidence describes the freshwater-related infrastructure that QLDC provides for the people of its district: water supply, wastewater management, and stormwater management. Mr. Mason's evidence explains that from the perspective of an essential infrastructure provider, it is critical that the policy framework provides a viable consenting pathway and allows consents to be granted for a sufficient term to justify the debt the community incurs financing such projects. Mr. Mason will be joining the hearing remotely today to answer any questions the panel may have. Turning to the legal framework, as set out in Section 80A2 of the RMA, I have the definition there of a freshwater planning instrument. The key thing being that it's part of the Regional Policy Statement. And then Section 61 of the RMA sets out the considerations that must guide the formulation of a Regional Policy Statement. Relevantly, a Regional Council must prepare and change its Regional Policy Statement in accordance with its functions under Section 30, the provisions of Part 2, and a National Policy Statement. As the Regional Council's opening legal submissions described, the National Policy Statement for freshwater management itself is very prescriptive about how a regional council must go about preparing its policy statement and plan in accordance with the policy statement. national policy statement. On the topic of the hierarchy of obligations, Part 1.3 of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management describes its fundamental concept, Te Mana o Te Wai. Paragraph 5 explains, there is a hierarchy of obligations in Te Mana o Te Wai that prioritises, first, the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, second, the health needs of people, such as drinking water, and third, the ability of people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being now and in the future. Part 2.1 of the policy statement states its single objective in the same terms. It says the objective of this national policy statement is to ensure that natural and physical resources are managed in a way that prioritises and it sets out the same three priorities. Part 3.2 of the NPS of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management refers to the above as the hierarchy of obligations and directs the Regional Council to apply it when developing policies about water allocation. And I've set that provision out there. The hierarchy of obligations must also be applied to the formulation of the National Objectives Framework when that occurs. Turning to other obligations, QLDC has had the benefit of reading Dunedin City Council submissions in advance and supports the submissions the Dunedin City Council will be presenting regarding the need for the freshwater planning instrument to be in accordance with not just the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, but also the National Policy Statement for Urban Development under Section 61 of the RMA. This obligates local authorities to provide infrastructure-ready development capacity for housing. One aspect of being infrastructure-ready is having sufficient water supply. Dunedin City Council submissions also highlight the obligation on local authorities under the Local Government Act 2002 and the Water Services Act 2021 to supply sufficient water of drinking water quality standard to each point of supply. The Regional Council's opening submissions note the Supreme Court's recent decision in Port Otago and Environmental Defence Society. This case directs us to focus on whether the Regional Policy Statement needs to provide guidance in the event that water supply obligations under the NPS-UD and those other statutory requirements conflict with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management's hierarchy of obligations. The next section is regarding the QLDC's general support for the direction of the freshwater planning instrument. The health of freshwater bodies is crucial to the health of the community and all aspects of the district's well-being. As noted above, QLDC is generally supportive of the way the freshwater planning instrument has been drafted to implement the NPSFM, including the development of the long-term visions for QLDC's freshwater management units. The next section deals with QLDC's support for an achievable policy framework for improving community infrastructure. While QLDC is supportive of the aspirations of the NPSFM and the district's long-term vision, as the body responsible for however long that might be for the district's water supply, stormwater and wastewater infrastructure, QLDC also supports the elements of the freshwater planning instrument that recognise there are practical limits on what is achievable and how soon upgrades can be afforded or implemented. Mr. Mason's evidence underscores the challenges facing a district with a sensitive environment, a small base of ratepayers, and extensive infrastructure needs. Part 3.3 of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management governs the development of long-term visions for freshwater management units, requires that the goals set must be ambitious but reasonable. QLDC is supportive of the policy framework in the Regional Council Section 42A report and seeks that the policy framework remain aligned with that formulation, ambitious but reasonable, particularly as regards the policies for stormwater and wastewater, which are freshwater P15 and 16. In relation to policy freshwater P16, which deals with wastewater, QLDC appreciates, but is opposed to, Kaitahu's submission that seeks to remove any latitude whatsoever for discharges to water. QLDC, of course, accepts that the policy framework should favour other modes of wastewater disposal, and this is borne out in practice. And if you refer to Table 1 in Ms. Boyd's opening statement of evidence, it shows that all of QLDC's wastewater treatment plants discharge to land, and this has been a deliberate shift by QLDC, motivated by Kaitahu's concerns. However, QLDC submits that the costs and benefits of disposal methods need to remain open to consideration. For example, there may be cases in which disposal to land leads to greater adverse effects or has low environmental benefits relative to high opportunity costs. For example, where greater environmental benefits might be achieved by investing elsewhere. With reference to the Section 42A's report's proposed text, QLDC therefore submits that policy Freshwater P16 should, in relation to paragraph 1, retain the words "to the greatest extent possible," or even better, practicable, as sought by Dunedin City Council, and in relation to paragraph 2A, retain some latitude for the merits of the disposal to water to be evaluated relative to other types of disposal, rather than stipulating an absolute policy directive. Coming to the health needs of people and policy YP1. QLDC lodged a further submission in support of Dunedin City Council's submission on policy LFYP1. ORC's, the Regional Council's Section 42A report proposed, and I've set out the text there in my submissions, which I'm sure you're familiar with, so I won't read them out. But the key one is 2, for the purposes of my submission anyway. That is that the health needs of people, te haura o te tangata, interacting with water through ingestion, such as drinking water and consumed resources harvested from the water body, and immersive activities, such as harvesting resources and primary contact. As a wide-ranging policy giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, LFYP1 is required to apply the hierarchy of obligations by Part 3.22C of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. James Taylor's evidence for Dunedin City Council illustrates how prioritising the health needs of people extends beyond ingestion and immersive activities. He says, Dunedin City Council's community water supply provides for the health of people by provision of drinking water, water for cleaning, heating and cooling households, institutions and workplaces. It also provides for people's health through the firefighting water network, which maintains sufficient storage, pressure and transmission of essential firefighting water, which is a key driver of the entire water system capacity requirement. QLDC concurs and adds that another major way in which water supply is used for people's health is by enabling sewage to be hygienically conveyed away to wastewater management facilities. This prevents diseases such as cholera from outbreaking. While wastewater conveyance is not very dependent on water quality, it is dependent on sufficient water quantity being allocated. In QLDC's submission, the rebuttal evidence of Ben Farrell for Fish and Game takes too narrow an approach to freshwater management, prioritising the health needs of people. He states, apart from supplying drinking water, I cannot think of any activity that takes water away from the water body and has a direct human health need. It is submitted with respect that this is incorrect. There are a number of essential activities that take water away from water bodies to directly address human health needs. QLDC also does not accept the gloss of directness that Mr. Farrell adds to the prioritisation of the health needs of people when managing freshwater resources. Of course, there must be a point at which water uses drop from the second tier of the health needs of people into the third tier of providing for people's social, cultural and economic well-being. However, in QLDC's submission, the types of uses discussed by Mr. Taylor in his evidence comfortably sit in the second tier alongside drinking water and immersive activities. Now, discussing the differentiation between second and third tier priorities in LF Freshwater FWP7A. QLEC lodged a further submission on this point as well. And I've set out the new policy there as per the Section 42A report. And the key point that I'll be speaking to is in paragraph 1, which talks about allocating, when phasing out over allocation, allocating fresh water efficiently for 3 particular purposes, being community drinking water supplies, renewable electricity generation, and land-based primary production. Mr. Taylor's evidence posits that, consistent with the hierarchy of obligations, this policy should prioritise community drinking water ahead of water for renewable electricity generation and land-based production. Felicity Boyd's opening statement of evidence for the Regional Council records that she deliberately avoided any prioritisation in this policy. She continues, "In my view, decisions about prioritising allocation for certain activities must be considered as part of development flows and levels and take limits for specific catchments, rather than in advance of that process and in a region-wide way." However, Part 3.22C3 of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management expressly directs regional councils to apply the hierarchy of obligations when developing policies about water allocation. To the extent that the Regional Policy Statement's water allocation policy fails to do so, submitted that it's inconsistent with the NPSFM. The Regional Policy Statement needs to provide the allocation prioritisation that the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management requires. It's not open to the Regional Council to decline to provide that direction, so as to enable prioritisations that are inconsistent with the NPSFM. If the Regional Council considers that the hierarchy of obligation needs to be applied with more context-specific nuance, then it's submitted it should develop an allocation policy to that effect, rather than not providing the required prioritisation at all. So in conclusion, QLDC seeks that the Section 42A version of the Freshwater Planning Instrument be approved, subject to 2 points. 1, broadening LFYP1's approach to prioritising the health needs of people when managing fresh water, so that it's not limited to ingestion and immersive activities, and at minimum reflects the various health needs that community water supplies serve. And second, amending LFYP7A by prioritising water allocation for the health needs of people in accordance with the hierarchy of obligations when phasing out or avoiding over allocation. Dunedin City Council's evidence and submissions provide suitable potential amendments to address the above matters, and QLDC endorses those suggestions. So that brings me to the end of my submissions. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you have any questions you'd like to discuss now, or if you'd prefer that we call Mr. Mason.
It may be best in this situation that we call Mr. Mason, and then any questions can either come to you or to Mr. Mason as appropriate. Right.
Thank you. In that case, let's call Mr. Mason.
No, we're just missing a hearing administrator at the moment.
I've been shown this yet, but I'll try to figure it out.
Right, here he comes. We'll try to contact Mr. Mason. Jack, phone?
Yes.
Yes, thanks.
He's joining. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Mr. Mason.
Morning.
Thank you. We can hear you. And Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mason. Can you please confirm that your full name is Simon Alexander Mason?
Confirmed.
And that you prepared a statement of evidence for this hearing dated the 3rd of July 2023?
Yes, happy to confirm.
Thank you. And can you also confirm that it's true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Also confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I understand that the evidence has been pre-read. So on that basis, I think I can put Mr. Mason in your hands for any questions that you may have.
Look, are there any particular points that you wanted to highlight, Mr. Mason, before I open it to the panel for any questions?
No, I'm happy to take the evidence as read. Obviously, the evidence has been presented at a high level, just trying to get across a practical perspective from local council, from an operational perspective, and how these may have real life implications for the communities we serve. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Cubitt.
Thank you. I don't really have questions for you, Mr. Mason. It's probably more for Mr. Watts in relation to.
Can we just clarify that?
Watts.
I've been calling you Mr. Campbell. I was taking it was council that we were talking with.
Okay, well, let me clarify that. Jeanette Campbell is a barrister who has been working on this case, is the instructed barrister. I'm Brandon Watts, so I'm Mr. Watts from Meredith Connell, we're the instructed solicitors, and I'm appearing today in Ms. Campbell's place.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm sure he didn't mind in this gender fluid sort of age. Mr. Watts, it's more around, I guess it's possibly more of a planning question, but I'm sure you'll have a view. What you're seeking in policy P7A around the water allocation sort of prioritisation, what sort of level of detail do you expect to see in that? It does identify what water will be allocated to. I just think it would be rather difficult in an RPS to actually prioritise that or have any sort of comment around for the reasons Ms. Boyd actually did note in her opening. So how far do you think they can go?
Well, the District Council's submission is that this is an allocation policy and that the National Policy Statement for Freshwater tells us that any allocation policy needs to reflect the hierarchy of obligations. And so what we would like to see in that policy is the acknowledgement that the health needs, water being allocated to meet the health needs of people is a higher priority than any of the other matters that would fit in the third tier of priorities.
Yeah, okay, so it's that, like you say, it's sub-clause 1, which is really referring to that particular issue in the context of the third priority rather than the second.
Yes, there's no indication in the policy as it stands of any differentiation in priority between second and third tier, and that is the District Council's concern, and considers that it's appropriate at this level of the regional policy statement to ensure that hierarchy of obligations flows down into the decisions that will be made about allocation to phase out, well, decisions that were made within that context of phasing out over allocation.
Yeah, I understand that now. I didn't quite pick up how that was written. In one sort of more general question for you around those hierarchies of obligations, and that second one that refers to health needs of people. From your legal perspective, do you think there's a limitation on what people means in the context of an RPS? Is it purely a regional focus, or is it a national focus, or can it be an international focus, given how we're linked? The world's pretty connected these days.
I was thinking it would at least have to be a from the mountains to the sea perspective to be consistent with the national policy statement. I'd have to, I'm not sure what issues you have in mind that would have those broader implications.
Well, we have been, B has raised a lot of issues with a lot of people, renewable energy, food production, all of those issues people are seeking to address through that second priority as a health need. And at a fundamental level, they're probably correct, but a lot of those things don't just serve the people in Otago, they serve a wider population and even international. So that's all the point of my question was to you around, well, what does people mean in that context? Is it a narrow interpretation to the mountains to the sea, which i.e. would be Otago?
Commissioner, I don't see really any basis in the national policy statement itself to differentiate between the people of the region and the people of the country, for example. It's expressed in pretty broad terms. I do think that some consideration needs to be given. Oh, sorry.
Probably an unfair question in the context of your issues. But
I do think there would need to, some consideration needs to be given as to whether some of those matters sit better in the second tier of health needs of people or in the third tier of providing the various well-beings of the community. So the national policy statement is clearly trying to elevate the health needs of people above other things that might fit into those well-beings. It's not probably incredibly cut and dry where that line is between the second and third tier, but the key emphasis of the district council submission is that the regional council's delineation, where only ingestion and immersive activities fit into the health needs of people, we submit that is too narrow, and that there are a number of other health needs of people that have to be met by the territorial authorities, and especially in their wastewater and water supply obligations that are critical to the health needs of people in a direct way.
okay, thank you. You did make some comments about Port Otago case, but I think I'll let the chair question you on that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Kia ora. I don't have any questions for Mr. Mason, but I have one or two for you, Mr. Watt. I'm looking through this to see whether there are any issues around mahinga kai in the Queenstown context that are significant in this conversation that we're having. Are there? Or are you aware of any?
I can't say that I'm specifically aware of any, but if I might ask Mr. Mason if he has a view on that as well.
I'm also unaware of any particular issues.
All right. And the second question I had was, just so as I connect the dots properly here, your paragraph 5.4.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, what I'm trying to do is connect the dots correctly here. You're opposed to Kaitahu's submission around discharge to water, right?
Only around the sort of the removal of any consideration of other options. Certainly, the District Council is supportive of a policy preference, a strong policy preference for other modes of disposal, because that is respects Te Mana o Te Wai and Kaitahu's concerns. And as I've noted in the submissions, that's the District Council's practice. In practice, it has switched to land-based disposal for all of its wastewater. But we're anxious about the suggestion that any latitude to consider other alternatives be removed from the regional policy statement, because it's been the regional council's experience that sometimes there are important balances to be made, and it's not always clear cut in terms of environmental benefits, and I suppose wise allocation of limited funds for infrastructure and environmental benefits to always assume that land-based disposal will be the best option.
And again, I take it from your statement here that the land-based option is the only one that you run with at the moment?
Yes, that's right.
One else. No, that's it. Good. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, thank you. I suppose issues that I've been grappling with are probably similar to what Alan's raised around tier 2 and tier 3, but just interested in, given a municipal supply such as for Queenstown, for example, is going to have a range of uses, some which are going to be tier 2 and some which are going to be tier 3. Depending on what comes out in a land and water plan, I mean, how do you manage that? I mean, do you have different cutoffs on your water permit at the moment, where, you know, once a minimum flow or level is reached, you can only take water for sort of more essential supplies, you know, can't irrigate the golf course, for example. Do you have conditions like that on your existing consents?
I'm happy to take that question, if you'd like, Brandon and Mr. Watts. Sorry.
Thank you.
So I guess at the moment, no, the short answer is no. So as part of our water permits, we submit demand management plans, and that really illustrates how we are trying to ensure water is used responsibly. Unfortunately, I can't hide the fact that our district is a very high user of water, and a lot of that does go to irrigation due to the climate that we have. So we know as a council that we have work to do to ensure that our water is being used as responsibly as it can, and yeah, really, I guess, giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and how that water is used. So yeah, I guess coming back, the short answer is no, there is no magic cutoff. It is very difficult for us to actually determine how that water is being used in the community, and for us to influence that at this time. We have been piloting smart water meter technology to help us get better insights as to how some of our community use their water to help us then feed into education and the like. I hope that responds to your question somewhat.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. I suppose I sort of, you know, what you've responded is probably quite similar to a lot of district councils for municipal water supplies. And I suppose it comes down to, in terms of LFY 7A, if there was prioritisation included in there and in line with Te Manawa Te Wai, I suspect it would still be very difficult for you to administer. Would that be the case if there were allocations, if there was a different allocation or a different flow and level regime for a tier 2 versus tier 3 abstractions when you were actually taking water for both?
May I add another comment, please? I guess we do routinely apply water restrictions across our district during periods of high demand. So, yeah, without being able to identify that it's all due to irrigation or irrigating the golf course, as you pointed out, it does put restrictions on those lower priority activities, which is consistent with the framework and the policy. And so that is a mechanism that we have already established and could potentially lean further into in the future.
Okay, no, thank you.
Mr. Mason, in terms of the wastewater systems that you operate for discharging to land, can you very briefly just summarise how they operate and do they come under pressure, particularly in winter times?
Yes, so we have 4 wastewater treatment plants at the moment and 4 catchments: Queenstown, Wanaka, Hawea and Cardrona, with another treatment plant planned for Kingston in the near future. At the moment, they are all discharges to land. I think the one that is worth focusing in on is the discharge at the south of our Shotover treatment plant, which services Queenstown, which is on the River Delta, and it is a very shallow gravel contact before entering the Shotover River through the groundwater. That system is coming under pressure at the moment and is an area that we're working with the Regional Council on. And I guess it's part of why we're raising concerns around completely isolating any opportunity for discharges to, well, I don't really want to say direct, but close to direct discharges to freshwater bodies, because the Shotover plant is probably very close to that in the eyes of iwi. So beyond that, for Wanaka, it is discharged through deep gravels prior to entering the Clutha. Hawea is a combination of a true land treatment area where crop is grown and harvested, plus a gravel infiltration trench that we utilise during the winter months when the ground conditions are unfavourable for irrigation and crop growth. Cardrona is our most modern plant and is our best example of a true land disposal area and solution. So that is irrigated to cropping purposes all year round and works very effectively. Hopefully that gives you a bit of a picture as to how the current systems operate.
Yeah, so some of those involving deep infiltration trenches, I take it in the end you accept that there's an inevitable natural seepage that does run into underground water.
That's correct. I think we've tried to touch on that in my evidence, that there is a relatively prompt connection to either groundwater or fresh water through our effluent disposal methods.
Yeah. So, Mr. Watts, just so I've got a clear picture of the case you're presenting, you're essentially presenting, if you like, a defensive situation in respect of wastewater discharge against the Ngāi Tahu request to remove the possibility of discharge direct to freshwater.
That's correct.
And in respect of the freshwater one, you've described that concern in respect of policy 7A as worded at the present time. And when you look at that at the present time, it I'll get the current version with the read changes. But your criticism is that the tiers aren't reflected in it, and that would require, if we accepted that proposition, it would require really that the first tier had to be expressed in 7A as well. Then the second tier, which you say should include drinking water supplies, and then the third tier, which is the current recommended subclause 1 for socio-economic and cultural wellbeing. That's the thrust of what you say, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. So the submission is that this is as an allocation policy, it should reflect those tiers.
Just while we're looking at the, and regardless of the tiers, we'll put that to one side, but just that phraseology that there at the moment, community drinking water supplies, I would assume that Queenstown's much the same as other rural districts and areas such as the one I live in, where you have a host of drinking water supplies, individual supplies for people taking from groundwater, do you, or not? Mr. Mason's probably better to answer that.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So we have 10 independent schemes that the council manages.
But in addition to that, there would be presumably, literally, probably scores, if not hundreds of.
Yeah, hundreds of private suppliers, correct.
So the word community really probably doesn't meet the bill. If it fit the bill, it would be better to be reworded drinking water supplies for people to meet that tier. Would that be right?
Probably more consistent with the health needs of people.
All right. Mr. Hewitt was kind enough to mention the Port Otago thing, which I did notice, but I just tried to pick up where you referred to that.
It was in paragraph 3.10.
As you were referring to it, I was struggling to see the relevance of the case, but that's probably being unfair to you. Can just let me reread paragraph 3.10.
If it's not clear, I'll try and explain.
Okay, well, fire ahead, because it wasn't clear at the time that you read it. So,
okay. So this point will be developed probably further in the Dunedin City Council's case. I think they're presenting next week. But Dunedin City Council is highlighting the, in particular, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development and its requirements in terms of providing infrastructure-ready land to meet housing demand in Tier 1 and 2, Tier 1, 2 and 3, and this is a different tier system, but the tiers under the MPSUD for all those local authorities, of which Queenstown is one and Dunedin is also one. That it's submitted that is a directive policy that tells the regional council that it needs to and informs the regional policy statement and the regional policy statement must be developed in accordance with it. It suggests that, well, it actually directs that sufficient water be effectively, well, this is a submission, and it's effectively directing that sufficient water be available to meet the growing housing demand. That obviously pulls in a different direction from policies that in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management that talk to us about priorities for allocation of water, or may potentially, in some cases, pull in different directions. And it's in that scenario that I'm submitting that the Port Otago decision has some relevance, and that the Supreme Court told us to, where there are directive policies that are in conflict with each other, that it is the role of the regional policy statement to provide guidance and direction as to how that conflict is to be managed.
Right. And you're anticipating that that's to be developed as an argument by DCC?
Yes, it features in Mr. Taylor's evidence and will feature in the Dunedin City Council's case.
Thank you very much. I think that's all that I needed to ask. So thank you both for your input to this process.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
What of course is crawl online.
No.
They're presenting.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah. That's a good thing.
Thank you for in your hands.
My name is Aileen Kaur. I'm a senior consultant planner at WSP here in Dunedin. As part of my role, I do a lot of work for Waka Kotahi, and you may remember me presenting before you on behalf of Waka Kotahi during the non-freshwater parts of the RPS, specifically in relation to the land and freshwater chapters. So today I'll be focusing solely on my evidence provided in relation to the freshwater parts. I've covered off my main points in my evidence. So I thought I would use today just to talk through a few examples to explain how some of the wording is of concern to Waka Kotahi. I've got one or two examples that I'll just quickly talk through. And I'd also like to quickly address the rebuttal evidence of Ms. Maggie Burns on behalf of Forest and Bird, as I understand that no primary evidence was provided, so I didn't have a chance to provide rebuttal evidence in terms of that submitter. So I'll start with the new overarching objective proposed, O1A, and I'll start with clause 3, which seeks that Indigenous species can migrate easily and as naturally as possible. As I stated in my evidence, Waka Kotahi provides for fish passage when undertaking works within water bodies, both during the construction and the operation stages of a project. As currently worded, I do not consider that clause 3 recognises the value of in-stream structures and how they can be vital for fish passage, as directed by section 3.261 of the NPSFM. In addition, I consider that the term as naturally as possible is broad and may be open to interpretation, as anything could be considered possible without considering what is operationally or economically practicable. So I'm just going to give a quick example of this. Waka Kotahi has been currently replacing a series of culverts located within streams and creeks around the Roxburgh area under State Highway 8 due to a severe flooding event that occurred a few years ago, which severely damaged the culverts. there was a lot of upstream rocks and boulders that came down during that storm event, and the culverts have also been replaced because they're considered too small now for future storm events. And these required consent applications as they're not covered under the global consent application that Waka Kotahi holds. So the gradients of these streams, there's 3 of them, are quite steep, not only where the culvert's being replaced, but also where it meets the Clutha River downstream. So this has created a few issues in terms of how to provide for fish passage. So one of the culverts which I've been involved in, which was replaced late last year, early this year, it's adjacent to the Roxford Golf Course. So to provide fish passage in this location, there's where the culvert is, there's quite a steep drop off in the stream naturally. So fish baffles were provided within the culvert in order to provide that fish passage. However, these fish baffles have subsequently been wiped out by big boulders that came down the creek during the storm events this year. And so much so that the contractors have never found where those fish baffles have ended up. So the fish baffles will be replaced within this culvert, but I'm just making the point that if they need to be replaced every year during the winter when there's flood events, when the big boulders come downstream, this wouldn't be considered operationally or economically practicable to keep the fish passage as it is. And Waka Kotahi would look at alternative fish passages, which may not be considered to be as naturally as possible, but at the end of the day, they just want to provide fish passage that works for that location and that they don't have to keep on spending money to replace it, because that's not conducive to taxpayers' money. So I just provided that example to illustrate how the characteristics of some catchments, as well as the ongoing storm events that will still occur in the future, means that fish passage can be tricky and it needs a nuanced approach. So in my opinion, clause 3 of the objective needs to better recognise that there will be some situations where natural fish passage solutions are not possible, and it shouldn't be too stringent or prescriptive, and it also needs to be more consistent with what is stated in the NPS-FM, which does recognise the value that in-stream structures can provide. So I'll move on to clause 4 of the same objective, which states that the natural character, including form and function of water bodies, reflects their natural behaviours to the greatest extent practicable. I have 2 concerns with this wording, which I'll quickly talk through. One is the words "to the greatest extent practicable," but the other is also what is considered to be the natural behaviours. At what point in time are we referring to that we want the shape and behaviour to be? So in terms of the words "the greatest extent practicable," my concern with this is that it's open to interpretation, and I'm not sure how it would apply in a practical sense. So one specific example for Waka Kotahi is State Highway 6, which is located within Mount Aspiring National Park. A few years ago, a large landslide occurred upstream of the Makaurau River State Highway 6 bridge, which caused large quantities of slip debris to flow down the Makaurau River, causing a grade to meander towards the true left bank of the Makaurau River, where State Highway 6 is located, causing severe erosion and damage of State Highway 6. So in order to prevent further damage of State Highway 6, Waka Kotahi had to undertake works to effectively retrain the river and direct it away from the highway to prevent further damage and scour. In this situation, I just am unsure how Waka Kotahi would be able to demonstrate during the consenting process that the natural character of the river still reflects its natural behaviour to the greatest extent possible, as the main focus is to protect the state highway asset. My other concern is what is considered the natural character of a water body. At what point in time do you refer to? And I saw there was a discussion from the panel regarding this on Monday, and I heard that the definition from the NPS-FM of what a naturally occurring process was referred to, which I understand is in the absence of human activity. So I'm not an ecologist or a hydrologist, but I do understand that many water bodies naturally change their shape and behaviour over time, meander in different ways, creating new grades, particularly after storm events. So my question is, at what point of time are you trying to get that natural character back to, and how is that going to be determined? One example of this is the Big Curry Creek catchment, which is up in North Otago, which has caused many issues for Waka Kotahi. This is a highly modified catchment. We're upstream of Waka Kotahi's State Highway 1 bridge. The creek has been effectively straightened over many decades due to land modification, mainly due to agricultural practices. This unfortunately means that the flow velocity received at the bridge during the storm event is extremely high, as the creek is just a straight creek now. And also these high volumes of bed sediments and gravels from the upstream reaches. So this frequently damages the State Highway 1 bridge and its abutments, so much so that in July 2022, the bridge had to be closed overnight for urgent repairs, as inspections showed a huge hole had been scarred near one of the abutments, meaning the bridge was highly dangerous. As there's no detour options available at this location, the work had to be undertaken during night time. So my point here is that the whole catchment in the Big Curry Creek is no longer natural. It's been highly modified, and Waka Kotahi is paying the price for that with the State Highway 1 bridge. However, if Waka Kotahi looks to do some work in the future upstream so that it doesn't frequently damage the bridge, maybe retrain or reshape the creek so that it doesn't always hit the bridge so frequently, at what point would you consider the natural behaviour of that creek? If it was pre-humans, that whole upstream catchment is extremely different to what it is now. And my last point is regarding FWM7, which directs territorial authorities to include provisions to protect the significant and outstanding values of outstanding water bodies. I covered this point off in detail during the non-freshwater hearing for the RPS. And during that hearing, I talked through some examples where this may be problematic for Waka Kotahi. My examples included the new bridges, which are currently being proposed up in Queenstown, how these water bodies would likely be considered outstanding, how the outstanding and significant values may be such values as scenic values, natural character values, and how a bridge would likely not be able to completely protect those values. So I won't repeat the examples I provided in that hearing. I'll just repeat my point that there needs to be some flexibility for nationally and regionally significant infrastructure, particularly as infrastructure is enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and their health and safety, as directed in Section 5 of the RMA. And I won't go into detail, but I think this has been demonstrated to some extent in the recent Port of Otago Supreme Court hearing, and the use of some absolute words such as avoid or protect can be problematic when you have to look at it in a balanced way. So I think there needs to be some flexibility in a balanced approach, which is provided within the RMA direction. I also think this was covered off during the hearing on Monday regarding the visions in the freshwater chapter and how they are aspirational, but they still need to be practical and achievable. So I think that same argument applies here. We need to be aspirational in terms of protecting outstanding values of outstanding water bodies, but it also needs to be workable, achievable, and still able to provide for present and future generations. In terms of Ms. Burns' rebuttal evidence, in my evidence I had regard to sections 6A and B of the RMA, which aim to recognise and provide for the protection of rivers from inappropriate subdivision use and development. Ms. Burns points out that section 6C of the RMA does not require protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna from inappropriate subdivision use and development. I don't dispute Ms. Burns' evidence in the sense that section 6C does state that, but it doesn't mean that sections 6A and B are not still relevant. And if you were putting in a consent application, say for a new bridge, you would consider section 6A, B, C, section 5 of the RMA. You consider it all in a balanced approach. You don't just pick and choose which sections apply. So I don't dispute her rebuttal evidence, but my point still stands that section 6A and B clearly allow some flexibility for appropriate development and use within outstanding water bodies, particularly to give effect to section 5 of the RMA, which is to enable people and communities to provide for their future and present cultural, social and economic well-being. So I think all sections are still applicable and you should give them all weight. I also note that many of Waka Kotahi's assets are located in outstanding areas such as national parks. So I think we need to be realistic and provide a balanced approach about this. And that's all I have today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Alan?
Ms. Cole, your examples of the culverts in Roxburgh are quite relevant to me. My mum's basement got flooded by one of those events. I was surprised though that you had to put this passage mechanisms in those creeks because they're straight up.
Yeah.
Is efficient.
There is sometimes, and I think because it connects to the Clutha River, Waka Kotahi saw it that there's always potential that there will be fish that migrate upstream in those creeks, even though they do run dry during the summer months.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised, and I do understand your point because what's happened there has happened ever since I've been alive, and it will continue to happen with what's up in those captions and behind those creeks.
Yeah,
it's going to keep happening. Yeah. So your point that you raised around that's quite relevant has been raised by others. Well, just in relation to that objective 01A, that leaving aside, there has been some question whether you could have an objective wide, region-wide vision, but we'll leave that aside for now. But your referencing, your problem there is with clause 3. When I look at clause 3, it refers to Indigenous species as opposed to just fish. So it's a bit wider than I think what you're talking about. So as a planner, what do you think there should be, given we do have that clause in the MPS, where you have to have that objective in a regional plan, but obviously this needs to be addressed here too. Should there be a distinction? Should we more align that provision with the RPS for fish passage, the MPS for fish passage, and perhaps the wider context of Indigenous species as its own clause? How would you address that?
Yes, I think because it's an overarching objective that applies within the whole region, I would see that as it has a lot of weight. So therefore, I think that's where you should have it. The clause should be more consistent with the MPS FM in that terms. And if you want to have a specific clause later on for Indigenous species, then I don't see a problem with that. But I think because it's an overarching objective, it should really be more consistent with the MPS FM and what's directed there.
Yeah. Well, on that, in your evidence, the chief paragraph 714. I had a question mark around what your changes are there. Can migrate easily within and between catchments, and I was trying to work out how that's consistent with section 326(1). Care to expand on that a bit?
Yeah, so how I got there was that I think it was brought up, in the section 42 here, in the section 42A hearing report, in the Kaitahu principles, it talked about maintaining connections between freshwater habitats and migration routes is essential. So I guess I was trying to tie in that objective and principle that Kaitahu have, specifically for Otago, and then make it, so sort of using the MPSFM, but then also tying in the specific Kaitahu principle that they want to achieve for the region. And that's where I came up with the maintaining connections part.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, it's just
And
whether it's the right context.
yeah. I just found that the clause 3 was also, it was already quite a wee way away from what is stated in the MPSFM. So I guess in order to make it really consistent with that section of the MPSFM, I thought it would need a complete rewrite, to be honest. So I was sort of trying to keep as many words as I could, tie it back to the Kaitahu principle and join it together.
Yeah, again, it may need two separate to deal with the wider species and the fresh.
Yeah, I
fresh
agree.
species almost.
Yeah.
And again, the natural form and function issue has come up quite a bit yesterday, particularly in relation to the Lower Clutha, Rohi. A lot of those rivers are modified, water bodies are modified. Your concern is in the Clutha and the Dunedin coast. I assume that's because where your infrastructure is. The issue is probably wider, I imagine, for other infrastructure providers. When I look at your concern in the new objective 01A, is the issue you're concerned about to the greatest extent practical. But then I go into the specific divisions and I wonder if there's a conflict here or inconsistency which you may be able to help. The two FMUs you're concerned with is O2 and 105, objective 5. They both use a different phrase there. And they talk about opportunities to restore the natural form and function of water bodies are promoted here where possible. I guess that's in recognition of the very things you've been talking about. Does that assist with your concern there, or you still think it needs to be?
I think if that was taken, that's sort of a different, to me, that would be a different situation, whereas where you want to promote the natural form of a water body, whereas the way it was worded was that you want to minimize the shape, minimize it. So it's two different situations where one, you want to go and promote it back to its natural behavior, but we're more concerned, well, Wakakatahi is more concerned with if Wakakatahi needs to change the shape or behaviour of that water body, they still want that flexibility to be able to do that.
And this is also relevant, I guess, to the concern you had with forest and bird rebuttal and indigenous vegetation. There are pathways provided, I think, in the national policy statutes on IB and FM for specified infrastructure in relation to those sort of values. Do they not assist? I guess because this has to be consistent with that, so it's going to have to flow through somehow. So they would they not address your concerns, those effects management hierarchies and pathways for infrastructure?
They would, but I believe in the first hearing, I brought up that there's some issues with how the freshwater chapter then relates to the infrastructure chapter. And I specifically brought up how one freshwater policy refers to one infrastructure policy, but then that policy refers back to the freshwater policy. Like there's a loop going on, and it's
You're not the only one that's involved there.
and so I think, yeah, I think it should be provided within the infrastructure chapter to give a bit more flexibility to, yeah. So if those issues were sorted out, then I think that would be okay. But at the moment, I think there are still some issues.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. It's helpful.
You know, I always feel as though Waka Kotahi is in an unenviable position because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, you build roads and everyone might roads, but some of the issues that you've brought up here are quite very challenging ones,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and the point you make about Waka Kotahi and paying the price. I've tried to interpret that in a number of different ways. You say paying the price with an upset community.
So Helen may be better to talk more to this, but my understanding is that the community is quite upset around Big Curry Creek because these issues do keep happening at the bridge. Because the velocities and the sediment flows coming down are just enormous. There's only so much they can do. And then that is the only way to get across the bridge. So when, like last year, when they had to go and do the works, they did it during night time so that they didn't disrupt people. I guess what I'm saying with paying the prices, there's been all this upstream modification of the land, which is now really affecting that State Highway 1 bridge. And I think the community, from my understanding, the community is angry at Waka Kotahi when it's not actually their fault, and they're trying the best they can to rectify the situation. But yeah, I think that's sort of what I was meaning.
Yeah,
People think it's
the kind of sense I get from all the examples that you've given. You know, you have to do things, you have to react, I suppose, to events as they happen, storm events, whatever they are. And I guess you'll never win.
no, because you can only foresee so much as well, as we've seen lately. So yeah, I mean the culverts that were replaced around Roxburgh are much bigger than what has been there historically. Significantly larger. So hopefully that will help with storm events. They can more debris can flow through without too much damage. But again, you can only make a culvert so big as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But even just the fish passage issue. You know, I understand you're required to do that whilst you're building a road or, you know, changing things. But it's the sort of thing you can't just do for 5 minutes and leave it to one side.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be challenging in some of those catchments.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Just before you go off, Big Curry, there wasn't a detour there. Is that because further up that creek, if you're in an event, I think it's Finch's Road, gets wiped out as well, because it does appear to be a route around West State Highway.
I think that is the case, but I have to check on that.
Yeah, finished. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the examples. It's actually really helpful to sort of, you know, put your evidence in a bit more context, which is really useful. I suppose the only comment I had when I was reading in relation to objective 01A and 3. Indigenous species migrate easily and as naturally as possible. I was sort of assuming that is from that, as long as fish passage is provided, or adequate fish passage is provided, that provides for migration that's reasonably natural. I suppose I was looking at that in a broader sense, the way I was reading the objective and thinking it means that, those species can, carry on with their life cycles and get from A to B where they need to get to for breeding or whatever. And so I suppose I read it obviously slightly different to how you were reading it.
Yeah.
I suppose that's probably more a comment than a question, but given that was how I read it, I did struggle to see what the potential issue is. But I think, you've laid it out here in an example. Which is helpful, I think. I suppose the only other sort of issue I had with some of what you've raised is whether, dare I say it, there needs to be cross-referencing through to the EIT chapter, or whether you think there's enough in the EIT chapter to sort of, balance some of your concerns out. I think we were wanting to put, we're practicable in that may be appropriate for waka kotahi, but it may not be appropriate necessarily for some other, other infrastructure. I mean, do you have any comment on that? I mean, do you think the EIT provisions, based on what you submitted on, would be strong enough?
I think it would be very helpful if there was a lot more cross-referencing to the EIT chapter, because I think you're right in that you want to have these objectives and visions and applied to the region, but then regionally significant, nationally significant infrastructure do need a little bit more flexibility and leeway, which you could provide in the infrastructure chapter. So I do agree cross-referencing would be helpful, because then that just provides a separate pathway, separate considerations for them. Ms. Dempster here actually gave the evidence on the EIT chapter, and I believe that Waka Kotahi did still have a few issues with the EIT chapter and providing enough recognition for Waka Kotahi's assets. So that's my understanding.
Okay, no, thank you.
Just looking at your comment about clause 3.261 of the NTSFM. It doesn't give any real flexibility, does it? I mean, it's just as directed as you can imagine for the regional plan. It's not for the RPS.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm wondering what it is that we can realistically do at an RPS level based with that inflexibility and absolute direction must include the following fish passage, objective words to the same effect. How do you say in the RPS we can soften or mitigate that?
I guess at least the section 3.26 is effectively saying the passage of fish is maintained or is improved by in-stream structures, which is for Waka Kotahi's purposes. They will always maintain the fish passage. It's just, I guess, often it is by in-stream structures which may not be considered as naturally as possible because they're not they're not really natural. So yeah, I don't disagree that passage of fish should be maintained. And the NPSFM specifically says by in-stream structures, which is a lot of what Waka Kotahi, that's how they provide fish passage in most circumstances.
I'm just sort of wondering whether really in the example that you gave of that incredibly steep creek where you've got just natural run boulders just constantly flowing down, that so long as you don't create a barrier by your culvert, then aren't you maintaining the passage of fish?
Well, that was one of the issues in designing the culvert, in that from the culvert's endpoint, like there's an apron that's maybe 8 meters long, and then they put in some rock boulders as well, which helps with the fish when they get up.
Right.
So they really do as much as they can. But then from that, those boulders that are concreted in, the drop off down the stream was so significant that they don't think the fish would be able to get up without some help. So it's sort of, I guess, if the culvert wasn't there, would the fish be able to get up the stream anyway with the gradients? I'm not sure, but we still have to provide that fish passage. So.
I suspect from the description you've given of that stream that both Mr. Keeler and I who fish would probably not even bother walking up the.
Yeah, well, we're going through the consenting process for the last one at the moment, blackjacks. So we are having those discussions whether the fish baffles will work in that stream, or will it be like the golf course stream where they'll just get washed out, because they are expensive too.
Have you found natives in blackjack?
No, not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be very careful.
And I like the other panel members, I'd just like to thank you for the thoughtful examples you've given us. It just brings your evidence alive and gives us some real material to bite on. So thank you very much for that. I do just, I did just underline, and I'm just not going to ask you a question about it, but just make an observation that in passing, I think your prayer for some flexibility and a balanced approach arising out of the Port Otago Supreme Court decision might struggle a little. And I see that you said we need to be realistic and balanced about that approach. And the Supreme Court, I see, has given us a wee lecture that the overall judgment approach is not what they're going back to. And that tended to subordinate preservation and protection of the environment to the notion of sustainable management. And they've said that what's required is all relevant factors must be considered in what they've now described as a structured analysis. And that's the phrase that they then later repeat and say that is what you've got to apply to decide whether in particular factual circumstances the resource consent should be granted. This means assessing which of the conflicting directive policies should prevail, or the extent to which a policy should prevail in a particular circumstance of the case. And so a few paragraphs later, they say that the overall judgment approach is not applicable. Judgments must still be made by consent authorities in accordance with the purpose of the Act, but they are not loose, quote, overall, close quote, evaluations, rather they are disciplined through the analytical framework we have provided to focus on how to identify and resolve potential conflicts amongst the NCCPS directed policies. So there's a challenge for you. Do your next hearing, you've got to be applying an analytical analysis along the lines that I described. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. It's been very interesting, and yeah, those examples just make it so much easier to apply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Central. Well, we might have a break. Have a break for the quarter.
Where are you from?
We don't grew up.
Yeah.
I grew up in Gaston.
No,
Oh, Gaston?
no.
Oh, my husband, it's my husband's.
Oh, right.
You told me I was just being cynical. We're not going back there. you said.
Farming,
Oh.
Merlin.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just saying, I'm pleased you not all
Yeah,
over this
I
decision.
think Merlin had moved to where I come from, and they have plenty.
Oh, yeah.
A place called Tikar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
that's what
built
I
a
said.
house there right across the road from our house. Yeah.
Okay, Merlin. Cool.
Merlin. All right.
Okay. Good luck.
Yes.
So are we muted now, Jeff?
Pardon me?
Are we muted now?
Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning. I'm here today for Central Otago Wine Growers Association, which is quite different from the last time I was here for electricity distributors, but perhaps it's a better course for some. I'll refer to the association as COA rather than spelling it out. So they are a collective of like-minded people across Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes who connect, enrich and promote Central Otago to strengthen its members, its community and environment for generations to come. COA seeks to proactively encourage best practice, education and knowledge sharing and supporting ingenuity and expertise. And this mission has led to its involvement in this freshwater planning process. So COA has lodged an original submission, further submission, which in general terms seeks a decision that recognises and provides for the unique properties of viticulture as a low impact user of water in Otago. Mr. James Dicey, who will appear shortly, has lodged a brief of evidence in support of this submission. Mr. Dicey also appeared for another group of submitters, I refer to them as the farming submitters, who appeared yesterday as well. Non-freshwater hearing panel process, and that evidence has been supplemented for this purpose. We also had the benefit of reviewing part of the farmer submitter's case, as well as attending their hearing appearance remotely yesterday. Relevance of which is that the COA submission shared some likeness to the farmer submitter's case in terms of the outcomes sought, but with a focus on viticulture, and the submission is much more narrow for that purpose. And so these submissions will set out at a high level viticulture in Otago before proceeding to consider the context of the NPSFM and the relief sought. So viticulture in Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes. The general proposition being advanced through the submission and evidence for COA is that viticulture is incredibly reliant on the ability to abstract water for the purpose of irrigation and frost fighting. The consequences of not being able to abstract water for those purposes is severe. Viticulture as a form of land-based primary production has an inherently low impact on the environment in terms of water quality and quantity. Viticulture in New Zealand is effectively self-regulating by virtue of the high membership with Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand, which has strict industry standards, reporting and guidelines in order to achieve certification. A combination of these factors is such that viticulture should be recognised as a land use activity that should be directly provided for through this RPS. Notwithstanding the requirement to provide for the health of the water body, it also raises the question of the utility of additional regulation on viticulture in Otago that has the effect of duplicating existing measures otherwise required as part of the Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand certification program. The full weight of that additional regulation will not be known until the Land and Water Regional Plan is notified next year. And to that end, COA has undertaken extensive engagement with the Regional Council as part of its economic work program, which has produced a series of reports designed to support the development of the future Land and Water Regional Plan. 4 reports have issued between November 2022 and as recent as this month. The reports from this month have been described by the Regional Council as watershed reports providing new understanding, not just for the proposed Land and Water Regional Plan, but also for policy and project development throughout Otago. And that was a quote from Senior Economist Dr. Anne Yang. And I've included the report references just below for convenience. Focus of the reports is on the impacts of actions relevant to the development of the new plan and giving effect to the NPSFM. That is largely what the submissions for COA, farmer submitters, and there's a number of viticultural submitters who will appear next month have said as well. For that reason, direct references to those reports may not be necessary to the extent that they're outside the evidence, but are relevant as background to bolster the submissions. And I'll just note here as well, because I don't believe I've referred to it, but Central Otago Wine Growers Association was the author of one of those reports. I believe it is the phase 2 report that was issued this month. It's referred to as, well, last month rather, at paragraph 8C. So Mr. Andy Wilkinson, who's the advocacy representative for COA, was one of the authors of chapter 7 of that report. It's related to viticulture. So that just to show that there has been extensive engagement about that, and a lot of background and work has been put into that report. Back to point 10. It is clear from the reports outlined above and the evidence for COA and the viticulture submitters that water quantity is the critical issue that affects their ability to sustain operations as opposed to water quality. Water quality is provided for by consequence of additional filtering that is undertaken on site to ensure quality levels remain to the levels stipulated by Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand. And Mr. Dicey's evidence also speaks to the requirement for inputs onto the land and speaking to relevant discharges, which are reasonably low. The impacts of insufficient water can have a severe economic consequence to the viability of a vineyard. The vine can typically be economically productive for over 100 years, being its investment horizon, but the payback for initial investment can range between 15 and 20 years. While this might seem to be a reasonably good period of time to obtain a return, there is no certainty that the vines will survive to get through the break-even period. Growers will always be working against the weather with a number of factors outside of their control. However, through this process, there is an ability to provide for certainty and surety to growers in terms of longer-term consents and through recognition of the importance of water to the ongoing viability of viticulture. In respect of irrigation, the evidence provides a strong evidential basis that viticulture only uses as much water as is needed, which is not very much. Unlike other forms of agriculture, there is an inverse relationship between crop yield and quality, where a higher crop yield can lead to a poorer quality end product. Winemakers are therefore incentivized by the nature of their business, i.e. high and premium quality wine, to build in systems and processes for the precise application of water. The risk of poorly managed water allocation is therefore very low for the simple fact that applying too much will affect their bottom line. Investment into water storage ensures water will be available when needed to frostbite or for irrigation where water is short. Investment into infrastructure requires certainty, which is noted as a concern in the Otago Catchment Storage Report. And I've just noted a relevant paragraph from that report below, which is just commenting on Plan Change 7 and the ability to provide certainty for investment. Paragraph 14, water storage system together with infrastructure for frost fighting so that the water can be used is a significant investment and can cost upwards of 435,000, relying on the assumptions of Mr. Dicey's evidence. Given the proportion of smaller vineyard operations in Central Otago, it is not obvious that the investment can be justified. The impacts from viticulture is monitored through Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand, which is a process that sits outside of the RMA and monitors, among other things, water and nutrient usage. The evidence of Mr. Dicey is that this program supports sustainability and innovation in the sector, whereby vineyards undertake extensive monitoring and testing of soils and water quality and quantity. And this includes a growing trend of organically certified vineyards, with an average of 24% of vineyards beating out the 10% national average. So that trend seems to be growing in Otago as well. And although not mandatory, there is a high degree of certification through the program at 96%. Council submits that the high degree of voluntary compliance demonstrates that the sector has a willingness to go beyond baseline regulation and land uses to be the industry leaders in sustainable practices. Moving on to Te Mana Te Wai. Council has had the benefit of reviewing the submissions for the farmer submitters from yesterday. Those submissions are supported. We simply wish to add to those where relevant. So point 18, just noting that this is obviously a process to give effect to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which has a single objective, 15 policies, and various prescriptive clauses as to how that is to occur. It is a creature of statute and by consequence gives effect to Part 2 of the RMA. It follows that through compliance with the NPSFM, one achieves sustainable management. The NPSFM is underpinned by the fundamental concept of te mano te wai, as described in clause 1.3. There can be no simple answer for what is required by te mano te wai, nor what it means, except to say that the concept appears to filter throughout the entire NPSFM, including the National Objectives Framework and setting out what is required in a regional policy statement. Te mano te wai is inherently water-centric and is about restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment, and the community. And I suppose the relevance of this paragraph is to note that there's no definition per se. It's a fundamental concept that underpins all of the NPSFM. So this council will certainly not attempt to give a definition per se. Clause 1.3.2 is clear that te mano te wai is relevant to all freshwater management and not just to the specific aspects of freshwater management referred to in the NPSFM. So this suggests a broader inquiry beyond just the health of the water and the direct connection between people and water, i.e. human contact and for human drinking water. Freshwater management has an impact on the wider environment, not just the water body that it is located. It requires integrated management, ki uta ki tai, that recognises the connections from mountains to sea, including as required by clause 3.5. Priorities under the sole objective has been the subject of inquiry in this process. In terms of application of the hierarchy, Council says they should be applied in the manner described in the text, namely as a hierarchy from A to C and prioritised accordingly. The interpretation exercise becomes a bit more difficult when trying to ascertain the scope of each priority, particularly with respect to the second priority as to the health needs of people. And there's been some discussion about that this morning as well from Queenstown Lakes District Council. Trying to, well, I suppose this week has revealed that it's quite unclear how wide-ranging those priorities are. I don't envy the task of trying to describe some meaning to that. The NPS provides little direction on what that might be. However, the term needs under paragraph B suggests that it's something more than a want. And so it might be too tenuous to suggest that wine is a need as opposed to a want, although some might say otherwise. But I suppose that speaks to the point as to how far do we stretch B, and to what extent are aspects such as winemaking part of B or C? Is it entirely C, or is part of it related to B? I know that Koa would say that there is a certain aspect of mental health that is important to the certainty of having water available, but whether that is a direct connection to the health needs of people, that is something that this panel will need to make a determination on. Clearly, it is something that supports human health. So if a connection can be made between the activity and the health, then it must come within the second priority. To the extent that there is an associated economic benefit, then that will come within the third priority. But I think there is a possibility for a single type of activity to come within both, but be proportionate to B or C. So it's not, it just fits in one and not the other. I think it can be more than one, and that goes back to the integrated management approach and the fact that some activities might provide for the health of the water, provide for the health of people, and also have social, economic and cultural benefits arising as well. Council submits that all priorities need to be considered together. this planning process, but provided for in the relevant sequence. This recognised the interconnectedness between the water body, the wider environment, and the community. And by that I mean that in considering the extent to which the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, it is relevant to consider how that interacts with the second and third priorities. For a healthy water body contributes to the health of people, and both cascade into the ability for people and communities to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being. The need to consider all priorities together is emphasised through subpart 1 of the MPSFM regarding approaches to implementation. So I've just set out below where there is that connection demonstrated and a need to consider all 3 priorities throughout the MPSFM. Just at paragraph 27 now. All of this suggests an approach which considers the connection between land uses subject to the health and well-being of the water body and of people. It is artificial to consider each priority in isolation by simply providing for the first priority and then assuming the second and third priorities will follow. If that were the case, then there would not need to be a second and third priority. Moving on to the particular aspects of COA's relief and its submission. COA says that the freshwater planning instrument can be improved through an increased recognition of the people and community that it represents in the viticulture sector. And it's against that background that COA sought recognition of viticulture as a land use that is a high achiever of sorts in terms of freshwater management across water quantity and quality, but which is so heavily reliant on the availability of water to survive. It also sought to set itself apart from other forms of land-based primary production, which, through no fault of their own, are inherently less efficient. Or perhaps I'll add to that and say there is somewhat of a distinction between, I think it was actually the comment from Felicity Boyd yesterday in relation to the poorly managed land uses, and some, even if they're well managed, will inherently have a greater impact on the land than others. Viticulture would set itself apart as a type of activity that is both generally well managed because of the nature of what they're trying to produce, and has a lesser impact on the land and the wider environment than, say, pastoral forms of farming. It's at paragraph 30 now. The rationale for those changes as against the notified section 42A report version of the RPS is a lack of provision for land uses as part of freshwater management, or recognition that land uses should be provided for, namely where over-allocation has been avoided and environmental limits have been met. That is the point that's been developed by Councillor Rorug, farmer submitters, which is that the vision statements do not reflect engagement with the community and what is necessary to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being in a way that's consistent with the MPSFM. Although Council agrees with Council for the Regional Council that any deficiency in the engagement process can be remedied through this hearing process we're engaged with now. Moving on to the land and freshwater chapter, which is what we're here to talk about. COA's submission in respect of LFY sought to remove reference to MODI to align the objective with the first priority of the objective to the MPSFN. In respect of the use of that term, Council simply adopts the submission for the farmer submitters at 60 to 63, which we just noted the reference there. COA's submissions on visions was focused on the Clutha Mata'o FNU, which is where its members' water takes are derived, and I was just looking to provide a bit more particularity there. The particular rohays primarily would be the Dunstan, Upper Lakes, but possibly a bit of the Roxburgh rohay as well. It sought to recognise water allocation to viticulture that be allocated to viticulture to support sustainable production and to provide for the social and economic well-being of people and communities. It also sought that sustainable and innovative land and water be enabled to support viticulture and food production. The relief was largely rejected, and the objectives reframed through a new region-wide objective for freshwater, which does recognise innovative and sustainable land and water management practices, which provide for the health and well-being of water bodies. That reference is supported by COA to the extent that viticulture is a demonstrated land use which can achieve those measures. Council submits that this proposed objective does not go far enough and that those measures should be enabled through their freshwater planning instrument. There's some importance in the difference between something that is enabled and a requirement that an activity provide for that outcome. Enabled in the context of that provision will favour and advance those activities which can demonstrate sustainability and innovation, whereas provide for in that context of the provision simply seeks that if sustainable and innovative practices are being advanced, then they provide for an outcome. So there's a subtle difference in the wording, but in Council's view, enabled would provide for a better outcome to ensure those activities are advanced or prioritised over others. It is submitted that the reference to enabled provides an opportunity to align the objective with policy 15 of the NPCFN. Communities are enabled to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being in a way that's consistent with the NPCFN. Water resources are finite and future relevant allocation is to be avoided in accordance with policy 11. With a race for finite resources within environmental limits, those activities which are demonstrated to be innovative and sustainable should therefore be favoured over those that do not. And Council has reviewed the evidence in chief from Ms. Claire Perkins from Farmers Submitters, which proposes a new subclause 6B and 6C. And for completeness, COA supports that relief for the reasons advanced by Ms. Perkins. COA has also lodged a submission on issue 6, context, which sought to recognise that some of the biggest impact on water quality in Otago are considered to come from poorly managed agriculture. It's picking up on the point from before. The amendment's not supported on the basis that there's no evidence that it is only poorly managed land uses that impact on water quality. And in questioning on Monday, it seems that Ms. Boyd's concern was that even well-managed land uses can lead to impacts on water quality. Council accepts the issue as capitulated on Monday. The rationale of the submission point remains that it may be some agricultural land uses and not all that contribute to declining water quality. COA takes issue with being lumped in with all agriculture, which, given its low impact on the land, is unlikely to lead to declining water quality. And so the relief may be better framed as some forms of agriculture rather than specifying it's just poorly managed. One of the main changes to the freshwater chapter is the proposed region-wide objective for freshwater, objective 1A, which appears to remove duplication across the notified divisions and condensing them into one place. COA's remaining issue with the objective, including the reframed vision for Clutha River Mata'o, is that it does not recognise the importance of the use of water to provide for social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities. And that's particularly viticulture as being of unique importance and value to that FNU. The evidence of Mr. Dicey, together with the Economic Working Group reports referred earlier, is evidence of a desire for the continued use of water for viticulture purposes. The objective also presents a vertical integration issue in respect to the extent to which policies give effect to objectives, which could present interpretation issues throughout the life of this freshwater planning instrument. The issue is most stark through a comparison of Objective 1A with proposed Policy 7A regarding water allocation and use, which arose because of concern by Ms. Boyd that the notified provisions regarding taking use was at a very basic and high level. And I've produced a quote below in which that concern was raised in the 42A report, just for reference. Unfortunately, Ms. Boyd does not consider how this new policy is reflected in the higher order provisions, particularly Objective 1A, and notably the visions for the particular FMUs. It therefore remains unclear what objective this policy 7A will give effect to. In respect of COA's submission, this was part of seeking relief that sought to enable people in communities to provide their social, economic and cultural well-being through environmental outcomes, attribute states and limits. Therefore, while COA supports the proposed policy P7A, there is a need to integrate this provision across the higher order provisions, not just in isolation through a single policy. The submission also sought recognition through Method 6, regional plans, of the Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand certification program. Although not regulated by the RMA, it covers many aspects which are relevant to or overlap with requirements that might otherwise be contained in a freshwater farm plan, which will shortly be required in Otago. The farmer submitters have sought recognition of those plans through this process, and COA's interest aligns with them in this respect. It can be distilled into a desire to avoid duplication of processes where that can be achieved, or to recognise Sustainable Wine Growing New Zealand as a certification program through the regional planning process. And the methods of the freshwater planning instruments are an appropriate mechanism to recognise those additional voluntary programs. Those are the submissions for COA. Mr. James Dicey is standing by, but happy to take any questions the panel might have.
Thanks, Mr. Pearce. Just in relation to your, and it's a common theme, the paragraph 31, the vision statement's not reflecting that socioeconomic and cultural well-being and the uses that are required to address that. You refer back in your, you find it when I want it. Yeah. Paragraph 20, and I'm not sure if you heard the discussion around what that restoring and preserving the balance between water, the wider environment and the community means. That was discussed at length probably yesterday. So there's a suggestion there that to achieve that, you really do need to understand the needs and recognise those needs that the community have to deal with that. Is that how you see it? Is that the way in for those sorts of submissions, I suppose? Questions?
Yes, I think so, because you can't understand what outcomes providing for fresh water actually has on a community without knowing what they are seeking out of it. And I think land uses is relevant for that, because it would be artificial to say that it wasn't. I think what the concept is really getting at is a need to balance all those requirements, the water body, the community and the wider environment, but subject to that priority and noting that one filters through to the rest.
Yeah. Yeah, and there has been discussion around that too. And every man and his dog's got a view on what two means. And we did have a discussion with Mr. Anderson around that. The narrow interpretation, section 42A report's taking that it's contact or immersive only. Why do you actually need that if one's taking care of the actual health of the water body? If you only applied that interpretation to two, then you wouldn't need it. I think that's what you're touching on in your paragraph 27.
Yeah. I took the point from, I was listening in on Monday, in that if the health of the water bodies, in the sense that the contact with it, the drinking water and, immersive people swimming in that sort of thing, that seems to be provided through one anyway, priority one. And so if you accept that, what does priority two actually provide for? And I think it is a broader inquiry. Wine growers sit in an interesting space where it's, some might say it's a want, some might say it's a need. Certainly it can provide for health, but what's the definition of health? Is it purely physical health? What are the other pillars of health? Some might say mental health, spiritual health, cultural health, all of those sorts of things, which provide a broader understanding of health. And certainly Kyle would say that it is a relevant connection, but I suppose when listening through the discussion on Monday and Tuesday about it, I was trying to think how might we draw an analogy with ascertaining the scope, and I was thinking about the authorities on the end use of water, the water bottling cases and that sort of thing, where they had to draw a distinction somewhere along the line as to this is in and this is out. And the authorities suggest nexus and remoteness as being the hallmarks of where we draw that line in respect of the effects of end uses. And so I wonder if that might be a relevant way of thinking about how do we ascertain the benefits or the health of people derived from water, because I think it's an inherently broad concept, but you'll have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, well, as much as I'd like to accept that wine is essential to human health, I'm not sure I can extend that far, but what you just said though kind of comes up in context of, and it was noted in Mr. Dice's your submission on the Freshwater P7, and it was linking that almost giving priority to activities that have in a dollar sense a more productive use of water, so lower use of water and returns a higher dollar, which I think wine can show. But it's almost, and it comes back to that fundamental issue around need. How can you do that when you talked about agriculture being less efficient in the use of water? Well, that may be so, but we get to need foods. We need food. We don't need wine. It's as simple as that to survive.
Yeah, I think that certainly poses an interesting question. I hate to deflect, but I think it'll come down to weighting different interests and priorities and rather than weighting time. So to the extent that is a connection between food and health, then that would need to be provided for under the second priority. But also to the extent that it doesn't protect the values, the health of the water body, then perhaps that might come down in its weighting. And so I think it's yet to be seen through the Land and Water Regional Plan how that weighting process might be carried out. So I don't think I have a simple answer for you there.
It's fine, no one does, unfortunately. The only other thing I was going to touch on, and there's a question I had for Miss Todd, actually wasn't Miss Boyd, that you refer to in your paragraph 39 around the significant resource management issue 6, and that reference to poorly managed. Yeah, the response there was more around, well, I was reading between the lines, and she essentially sort of confirmed that the concern there is more land use suitability in certain catchments. And if we change that focus, it may not allow that to be addressed in the future, where certain types of land use should probably have not occurred in this catchment in the first place. I think that's what you were saying. Did you have a comment around that?
Yeah,
I think what you're promoting, some forms of agriculture, probably is backing up on that.
Yeah, I had reflected on that following Monday's session, and that's sort of why I reframed that belief, because I suppose viticulture is not trying to say all other forms of land uses are bad and poorly managed. Rather that some forms of agriculture, as you say, aren't appropriate in all environments, and there should be consideration of that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. So thanks.
You,
Okay. You finished?
I've finished.
Oh, I thought I could see you read like.
Oh, so he's just used to me rambling on for long with this.
Can I take you to section 32 of your presentation? And I'd quite like you to elaborate on what you actually mean. Yeah, I mean, I probably need to be reminded about the farmer submissions. Maybe you could start there and just elaborate on the removal of a reference to Modi that you referred to.
Yes, and I'll try and summarise as best as I can the submissions from the survey from yesterday in that respect when I was listening on to them. So Koa and O'Rourke Farm Submitters had similar relief in that respect, where sought to reframe the policy or the objective away from Modi as a metaphysical concept to the extent that it is, to a more concrete and understood form. So health and well-being of the water body. So aligning it more with the sole objective. And so I suppose the submission there is that, well, I suppose it's circular in some respects, because by providing for the Modi of the water, you provide for the health and well-being of the water, and vice versa. And I don't think I can necessarily define Modi for you, Commissioner. I'll leave that for the other experts, but from COA's perspective, they know how to provide for the health and well-being of water bodies, but they don't necessarily know how to provide for the Modi. So if it's as simple as providing for the biophysical aspects of it, then that might be sufficient. But for their purposes, aligning it back to the objective under the PCFM would provide for a better understanding of what it is that they're supposed to be doing there.
I mean, you were present yesterday when we had this conversation around defining Modi and all that sort of stuff. And to a certain extent, it comes down to what direction you come at it from. Yeah, no, that's what I had. Thank you.
Just to add one final part of it, I suppose you will find out a bit more about this through the environmental limits, because presumably they will be set at a stage where that will provide for the health and well-being of the water body. And so perhaps that is the objective measure that people need and will understand, really.
I don't know if you heard me mention yesterday that it could perhaps come down to the smell test that I referred to, you know, I mean, what it smells like, looks like, feels like, all that sort of stuff. And I think there's merit in expanding or elaborating and really sort of coming to grips with that concept itself. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I just really wanted to explore one aspect of your submissions, really was from paragraph 34 on, where you were developing a suggestion of changing the concept of providing for to enabling an outcome. And but I was struggling with it. And sense that the way that that subclause 7 is recommended in LFF W01A, the new region-wide objective, the use of the word provide or the phrase providing for is in the sense of innovative and sustainable land and water management practices provide for, and it's the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. Now, changing the words provide for to enable is not really meeting what you're describing. So you really are trying to suggest that the words enable relate to the first part of the phrase, innovative and sustainable land and water management practices, which provide for. That is really what you mean.
Yes, I think that's right, Commissioner.
Yeah. Look, otherwise I'm sure your submission well. So thank you, Mr. Pearce and Mr. Dicey. He's online.
He should be online.
Yeah.
It's right now. His camera to turn on. He is on.
If you're there, Mr. Dicey, you may have to speak to come on for us.
Hello.
We can hear you speaking. We can't see you at the moment.
Righto, let me start the video.
There we are.
Oh, there you go.
And disappeared. There we go. Sorry.
That's right. Good morning. And
Sorry, I'm in a reasonably noisy cafe at the moment. If you can speak up, that'd be much appreciated.
we'll do our best, but I think you're listening to a series of microphones that are in the ceiling rather than these ones necessarily. But also we were told last time. But can you hear us?
Yep. Where you go.
Thank you. Were there particular matters that you wanted to emphasise in your brief of evidence before I open the panel to questions to you that they may have?
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is confirm that the evidence is correct. I reread it again last night. There are a couple of minor typos that don't really have much in the way of impact on anything. So I'd like to firstly confirm the evidence. The second thing is really to draw the panel's attention to the critical components of this, which is the criticality of water and our ability to continue to sustainably grow wine or grapes and then make a wine from it as a consequence, both from irrigation and from frost fighting. Not everybody uses water frost fighting, but a number of properties certainly do. And I really need to reinforce to the panel, I guess, that it's expensive to invest. We've got a long investment horizon, and really need to be able to have the surety of supply and the continuity of supply to both continue to operate their vineyards and to maintain and redevelop over time. Without water in Central Otago wine growing region, given the fickle nature of the rainfall that we have and a number of the soils that we have, which have very low to medium water holding capacity, without water, there wouldn't be an industry in Central Otago. And all the benefits that flow from that is basically will disappear. So not only the livelihoods and the employment we provide for the region, but also the investment or the continued investment we need to continue to make in the land, air and environment would also disappear. And it will be, without that surety supply, our ability to continue to attract investors into the region will disappear. The short investment horizon that PC7 has within it at the moment has certainly stymied and stifled any development that I'm aware of. And this year I'm just replanting. I'm not putting a single hectare of new grapes in, which is the first time since 1992 that we've been in this situation. So the effect that the decisions that PC7 has had has certainly been real, and has been felt by the industry. What else would I like to talk about? I guess the other point, which is really, I guess, central to what I've got in my evidence, is the very light footprint that Greats have when it comes to water. We are a very frugal user of water. It's very different from pretty much any other form of agriculture that I'm aware of, where yield is the predominant driver. For us in Central Otago to be able to command the price premium that we've got, we have to deliver on quality at the price points we have to charge, given the land and labour costs and the fixed costs we've got. And to drive quality, you need to manage yield to specific levels. Adding more water would drive more yield, but the quality would drop. So both vines are very frugal in and of themselves, but then also the yields that we try and drive to also are very mean that we don't need to apply too much in the way of water. That's really what I'd like to emphasise. I'm very happy to take questions from the panel, and you'll have to excuse me as I lean forward to try and hear you quite clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey. We'll start with Commissioner Hewitt.
Thanks, Mr. Dicey. No, I have no questions of your evidence. I asked most of my questions with Council, so thank you for your evidence.
My pleasure.
I have no questions either, Mr. Dicey.
No problem.
Yeah, I just had one question. You refer in your evidence, paragraph 51, among other places, about dams required for storage. I was just wondering, are they predominantly out-of-stream dams that are used?
Out-of-stream dams? Do you mean not damming streams and then passing the water through? Is that what you mean by that question?
Yeah, is it mostly storage within streams or out of streams?
So out of streams, the water,
you take
the vast majority of water is like that. So they're not connected to the stream. I know of not one single dam of all the ones that either I built, have managed, consulted or managed, owned all over the years, where there's a single dam that's in stream. So they're all not connected. So the water is abstracted from the stream and taken and stored in a separate water source, and it's not part of the stream itself.
Yeah, okay, no, that's all good. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey. Don't take the lack of questions as any criticism. It's an acknowledgement that you've given us a very clear brief of evidence, and it was very easily understood. I've only got one or two questions. Just in terms of the numbers of vines per hectare that you quoted at paragraph 48, what are the varieties that you suggest might range up to 8,500 vines per planted hectare?
The 8,500 vines that I know of, I've managed for the last 3 or 4 years, and a farm next to it to 20 years. There was all grown in Pinot. I am aware of other varieties that are at higher density, but the majority of those vines are Pinot Noir. Some 76% of vines planted in Central Otago are Pinot Noir, so all the higher density vineyards are in Pinot, and they have a lower yield drive than some of the white varieties. Sauvignon Blanc, probably the highest yielding variety in Central Otago, and given how vigorous that variety is, it doesn't need to be planted in higher density. There's a range of reasons that are done, but the high density at that 8,500 level, everything that I'm aware of is Pinot Noir.
Thank you. And then the only other question I had was, I was intrigued to see you referring to that paragraph 63B, utilisation of or research into dry farming vines with utilisation of low water rootstocks. Has there been much development in that regard?
Sorry, what was the question there with no bigger rootstocks?
You referred to there being research into dry farming vines and utilisation of low water rootstocks. And the question really was, has there been much success in achieving that?
So it's those low water utilisation rootstocks are planted on my property. I got gifted 100 vines by Stanmore Nursery, and my father on his property has also planted the same rootstocks. The experience that we've got, and the feedback we've got based on queries we made to the developer of that rootstock, was that actually they still need to be able to have a regular source of water. They don't work well when they're left to their own devices, when there's a huge amount of water and then no water for an extended period of time. They do still need water on a continual basis. They just don't need as much water as the majority of rootstocks that are planted in Central Otago. I have also been exposed to some of the dry farming trials that Ripon Vineyard and have watched those vines over the years, and consistently I see lower growth levels, evidence of water stress, and when speaking to the winemakers, they do struggle with some of the physiological characteristics that the grapes experience and demonstrate. So we haven't yet got a rootstock or a system in New Zealand where we can continually dryland farm. And Ripon, for your information, has something in the order of twice to almost sometimes 3 times the volume of rainfall that we have in Bannockburn. So they're being trialled, but the results demonstrate that, yes, they have a lower requirement for water, but not no water. So we still need water, maybe not the 9.7 or 10 litres that I referred to elsewhere in my evidence, but we can't do without water in Central Otago to grow grapes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dicey. That concludes the questions. Thank you.
Just one thing before you go, Mr. Dicey, just for the chair's benefit, can you just confirm that Pinot Noir and Central Otago is a bit better than the Marlborough stuff?
I'm surprised that question needed to be asked, actually.
You don't know them, that's why I'm asking.
Unequivocally, yes. No, it's not even a question, really. It's a statement of fact.
I think you'd find a lot of dispute about that. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Pearce.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. So the next submitters are the Fishing Game Council. Thank you.
Raise online, yeah. Just waiting for the turn of camera.
So no appearance by Ms. Galloway, or
She's on Zoom.
she's online? Oh, I see. Right. There we
there
are.
she is.
Hello,
Hello, how are you, Ms. Galloway? Right.
good, thank you. Sorry, I'm not there in person.
Right. We're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. So have my legal submissions been handed up?
Thank you.
Great. And there's one of our other witnesses, Ms. Coughlin, should be on the Zoom as well. Just checking, Mr. Kissel, if she can be, I guess, let in, but have her camera off in the meantime so that I know she's present and listening.
She is present and listening. She's just
great. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I'll start off with legal submissions. You'll be pleased to know that not all those pieces of paper that I've handed up to you, I'm going to read out. Appended to the legal submissions is another marked up version of the plan provisions. So that's what's taking up the bulk of the paper. So that's Appendix 2 to the legal submissions. And either myself or Mr. Farrell or Mr. Peregrine will take you to particular parts of that appendix as it becomes relevant. And there is, if you like, a slightly updated version of what was appended to Mr. Farrell's evidence in chief. They incorporate the subsequent changes from the 42A writer, both in terms of rebuttal, if you like, and in terms of the NPSIB, and then some final tweaks from Mr. Farrell in response to that information. So starting at paragraph 2, Fish and Game previously appeared twice before the non-freshwater panel, and the key themes of Fish and Game's case in respect of the non-freshwater regional policy statement that are relevant to and integrated with the freshwater planning instrument relief I've set out next. The RPS must first prioritise the health of the natural environment. The NPSFM and Te Mana o Te Wai require that there be no degradation of water quality, that there be restoration of degraded water quality, and the over-allocation be phased out. Prioritising the natural environment includes the importance of recreational use and enjoyment in the natural environment outdoors to people's health and well-being. And included in the above and in the concept of ecosystem health is the importance of protecting the habitat of trout and salmon, subject to the requirement that this is consistent with the protection of habitats of Indigenous species. At the regional policy statement level, there needs to be clear direction that environmental limits should be set that will protect or restore ecosystem health, and that all resource use should be subject to those limits. And in the first hearing, we spent some time seeking explicit acknowledgement that the appropriate and relevant baseline to be used when considering effects of activities and when determining to what state a degraded water body could be restored is the state of the environment minus the effects of any permits that have finite terms. This is not the same as saying it's a pre-human state. It is that baseline state that has been confirmed by the courts as a relevant baseline against which to assess effects as per the High Court and Ngāti Rangi Trust. And finally, the other integrated theme that carries over into this hearing is requiring in a positive sense that cumulative effects be captured by ensuring that all activities are consistent with attaining the primary health and restoration objectives. So just as an aside, on each of these key points, I've included in footnotes where the set of provisions relate to each of these points or each of these themes, in case you wanting to direct yourself to those. The key issues for Fish and Game in this hearing are the state of numerous water bodies in Otago is materially degraded, and a clearer directive is required in the provisions that water bodies are to be restored to a state of good health and well-being. The provisions as recommended by the 42A report writer are therefore not yet sufficient to give effect to the NPSFM directive, to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, and protect the habitat of trout and salmon. In terms of Te Mana o Te Wai and the three priorities set out in NPSFM Objective 2.1, a live issue is whether activities that do not involve direct human contact with water, such as producing food or electricity, should be included in the second or third priority. And I understand in the last 3 days there has been some time spent on that topic. Protecting people's ability to access water bodies that are in a state of good health and well-being for recreation is an important element of providing for people's health and well-being. In terms of the visions, while Fish and Game generally supports ORC's approach to the visions, the concerns it still have are primarily twofold. Firstly, the visions do not currently provide any outcome that seeks to protect or restore the habitats of trout and salmon, and other obvious matters such as restoring water bodies to a state of good health and providing for abundant recreation opportunities accessing water bodies. Secondly, the timeframes identified in the visions are very important, and need to give effect to the NPSFM objectives in a timely fashion, while at the same time providing for a meaningful transition period to allow for the necessary change and adaptation. And to this end, Fish and Game seek a new provision, LFVM OA2, that both references LFFW OA1 as a region-wide and comprehensive vision and proposes a time frame. And the updated version of that new provision also acknowledges that where there is known to be a lag effect that is already in train and beyond, beyond human intervention, if you like, we've proposed some drafting that tries to take that into account as well. The framework for the species interaction between trout and salmon and Indigenous species to give effect to the interplay between the NPSFM policies 9 and 10 at both the policy and method level is largely resolved between the active statutory parties, addressing protection of trout and salmon habitat, fish passage, and species interaction. You'll recall that, this is just a side note, and it's relating to my footnote 5, the method in respect of species interaction was also tabled as part of the non-freshwater hearing, and it's still in the 42A report writer's version, not shaded blue. And I made the submission to you last time that I think the Hearing Commission has the choice on whether or not to determine that method in this process or in the integrated decision that you'll make in the non-freshwater hearing process. What the relevant policy, which is LFFWP7 proposed drafting and the new method do in combination, is that they specifically will give effect to the qualification in policy 10 of the NPSFM that the protection of the habitat on trout and salmon must be consistent with the protection of the habitats of Indigenous freshwater species. And the final overarching topic that we'll be addressing you on is that a broader level of protection is required for all wetlands, not just those that fit the narrower definition of natural inland wetland. Key terms in terms of the drafting of provisions relevant to the above that are at issue for Fish and Game are 2 main points. And the first is the term restore, and we addressed you on this in the other hearing as well. In order to give effect to the NPSFM requirements to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and protect the habitat of trout and salmon, Fish and Game specifically seeks that one way or another there needs to be a clear directive that water bodies are restored to and then protected in a state of good health and well-being. And the drafting appended to Mr. Farrell's 28 June evidence, the restoration to good health directive is either implicit in the requested primary directive that water is protected in a state of good health or referenced directly. If a water body is not currently in a state of good health, it is implicit and explicit that it must be restored to that state and thereafter protected in that state. And so that footnote 8 lists the different places where Mr. Farrell's drafting brings through this relief of Fish and Games. Related to the above point, use of the word sustain is not supported in the context of degraded water bodies in particular and is inconsistent with the NPSFM. Sustain is not a term used in any of the relevant Part 2 provisions. And while it is an old case, the statements by the Planning Tribunal and Marlborough District Council and Southern Ocean Seafood capture in my submission the essence of why Fish and Game do not consider the use of the word sustain in the context of giving effect to the NPSFM and degraded water bodies to be appropriate, because it merely allows whatever the status quo is to endure, no matter what its state. I'll let you read that quote to yourselves.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Paragraph 5. In summary, is implementing the MPSFMN in Te Mana o Te Wai is a radical paradigm shift compared to the status quo. The RPS provisions that will be part of the driver for behavioural change need to be as explicit, clear and directive as possible. The requirement to pivot and manage the natural and human environment in a way that puts the environment first is a fundamental shift, and I've actually want to qualify that. It's a fundamental shift for many people. It's not a fundamental shift for everybody, including, I think you heard yesterday from some of the early adopters, if you like, who've seen that this type of shift in behaviour is sort of the necessary and right thing to do and are well underway in making those changes. For the RPS to play its role effectively in driving this change, Fish and Game have focused on where provisions need improvement to avoid ambiguity. The Supreme Court last week decision made it very clear that the RPS drafting should be carefully expressed and keep areas of conflict as narrow as possible. Fish and Game relies on the Supreme Court's direction in support of its proposed directive drafting that water bodies be restored to a state of good health and well-being, as it is considered that provides greater clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So turning now to the state of the environment, Mr. Cooper's evidence from both the non-FPI and FPI hearings provide an overview of the general state of Otago's aquatic ecosystems, looking at 4 components: water quality, quantity, species present, and their interactions in the physical alteration of water bodies. In terms of water quality, Mr. Cooper found strong evidence of degradation in multiple waterways. He also cited the Environment Court's finding in the PC7 decision that the 20-year trends across the region are predominantly degrading and that the negatives are more numerous than the positives. In terms of the state of allocation, Mr. Cooper drew attention to the court of PC7 when it observed the levels of allocation for some freshwater bodies in the region are high in comparison with the primary allocation limits. Both water demand and water availability would be impacted by climate change, and there are a range of issues affecting the current coverage and continuity of flow recording in the region. I also note that the Regional Council has on its website a general record and depiction in map form of the state of allocation in each of the catchments. The attached maps show this allocation status, so I'll just take you to those. Unfortunately, there's no page numbers, but if you go to after paragraph 35 is the end of the legal submissions, and then there's appendix 1, which is 2 maps.
Yes, we've got those.
So the data, they show the allocation status of catchment and abstraction points. The data has been sourced from the ORC mapping portal. And the data set is described by ORC as Otago region water allocation by catchment or aquifer, and it states that the data is updated nightly from consent information. However, there's no specific information as to when it actually was last updated. So the 2 extracted maps, one shows information for surface water and the other for groundwater. The surface water map shows blue dots for points of abstraction, scaled to size and litres per second, and the red and green denote fully allocated catchments and catchments where allocation is still available. So red is fully allocated. The groundwater mapping shows purple dots for groundwater abstraction with the non-transparent green and red showing groundwater allocation status. This has been overlaid with the surface water allocation status in transparent green and red. So currently in Otago, a surface water catchment is defined as fully allocated if the allocation for abstraction is at or above either the primary allocation limits set in Schedule 2A of the water plan, or half the 7-day mean annual flow, whichever is greater. Whichever method is used, the current allocation limits have not been tested against Te Mana o Te Wai. Therefore, what this map shows is that large swathes of Otago are at or above current allocation limits, which were set without consideration of Te Mana o Te Wai. After the evidence in chief for this FPI hearing was prepared, parties were indirectly made aware of an updated state of environment information held by ORC, provided in appendices of Mr. Dyer's evidence. It's understood, however, that Mr. Dyer is not scheduled to appear at all. Therefore, if the Commission do have questions about the level of understanding on the state of the environment, water quality and quantity, Mr. Dyer may be able to be requested to assist. In the meantime, in the time available, Mr. Cooper will provide a higher level summary of what he has gleaned to date from Mr. Dyer's appendices. In summary, the nature and scale of degradation, at least in general terms, of the health and well-being of many of Otago's water bodies does not seem to be disputed by experts. Therefore, from Fish and Game's perspective, it is important that there not only be a consistent reference to protection, but that there also be a consistent reference to the requirement to restore, because that is clearly needed. Given the state of Otago's water bodies, there needs to be a very clear positive obligation to provide for their restoration to a state of good health. On the next topic of Te Mana o Te Wai, as you're aware, the Council has to give effect to the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, and in doing so, the Council must take the actions described in clause 3.22, including applying the hierarchy of obligations in Te Mana o Te Wai. And you are familiar with what those are. The rebuttal evidence of Mr. Farrell refers to varying opinions amongst planners as to which activities should be afforded Tier 2 or Tier 3 priority status, often as sought to be expressed in the visions. In particular, Mr. Farrell questions some planners' understanding that human health benefits derived from indirect uses with water, such as food production or energy generation, should be included within the second priority obligation. And it's my submission that such activities that do not involve that direct human contact with water are captured instead in the third priority of Te Mana o Te Wai, relating to the provision for social, economic and cultural well-being. And just, and this follows on from the discussion you had with the previous parties this morning, it really just does seem to be a slippery slope. If the priority 2 category is opened up to activities that do not involve direct human contact with water, but provide some sort of benefit to humans, whether food is produced for direct human consumption or export, there's a big difference between those 2 points. And similarly, whilst there's an element of well-being associated with wine production and definitely economic well-being, it's still a slippery slope to open up that second priority to anything that's grown or produced with the help of water. So it is a difficult question to grapple, that we're all grappling with, and I to what extent I can assist, I'm happy to answer any further questions on it. Unfortunately, there is no, that I could find, direct commentary from any of the courts on this question. The only, I think, two cases I really found on this point were more in respect of where priority 1 sits above any other aspect of water use, and that's the Minister of Conservation and Northland Regional Council, and Te Whānau Arkai Trust and Gisborne District Council. So the Minister of Conservation case states that there is a balance to be struck between the natural values and human values of these areas, but that the NPCFM in its 2014 emphasises natural values, and this is made explicit in 2020 in terms of its hierarchy. In the next case, the later versions have placed, this is of the NPS, have placed an increasing emphasis on the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, which in a hierarchy of considerations turns first to the health and well-being of water and water bodies, then to the health needs of people, and lastly to provision of water for social, economic and cultural well-being. So it doesn't really take us any further yet. Moving on now to the protection of the habitats of trout and salmon. In both Part 2 of the RMA and the NPSFM, there is a clear legal requirement as to the protection of the habitats of trout and salmon. And an overarching theme and objective of Fish and Game is that the regional policy statement should provide clear and unambiguous direction that the health of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems should be protected and, if degraded, restored. Section 7H of the RMA directs decision makers to have particular regard to the protection of the habitat of trout and salmon in achieving the purpose of the Act. Particular regard goes further than the need to merely be on inquiry. It requires the decision maker to recognise the matter as something important to the particular decision and therefore to be considered and carefully weighed in coming to a conclusion. Policies 9 and 10 of the NPSFM require the habitats of trout and salmon be protected insofar as doing so is consistent with the protection of the habitat of Indigenous species. In Fish and Game's view, the RPS as promoted so far in Section 42A report does still not give full effect to these directives to protect habitats. In doing so, it places too much weight on an assumption that protection of trout and salmon habitats is not consistent with the protection of significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. And that assumption has not been informed by the evidence of Fish and Game. Ms. Coughlin in particular, who provides comprehensive expert evidence, including the risk assessment matrix of Otago's rivers, she illustrates that in many rivers in Otago, there would not likely be an increased risk to Indigenous fish habitat through detrimental population impacts if trout and salmon habitat was restored. To the contrary, Ms. Coughlin concludes it would more likely improve habitat for all species and reduce the impacts of species interactions or the negative impacts of species interactions in these locations. And for the comparatively small in size and number locations where the protection of trout and salmon habitat will put at risk ecosystem health through detrimental population impacts, Fish and Game is very open that it is actively working with the relevant parties such as Ngāi Tahu and DOC to ensure the appropriate pathway to address those issues is identified and implemented. And as I referred to earlier, that is also reflected in the amended policy and specific method. Protection has been defined in case law as an act of duty. In the Royal and Forest and Bird Protection Society, New Plymouth District Council decision, the Environment Court held that protection in a Section 6C sense meant, and I've set out that quote for you to read.
Thank you.
The court went on to state that protection in a Section 6C context means to keep safe from harm, injury or damage using such means as are adequate to achieve the protection, including a palette of measures identified in the preparation of the district plan. Taking the above guidance into account and then applying the directives in the NPSFM to protect the habitats of trout and salmon, phase out over-allocation, improve water quality, reverse deteriorating trends of degraded freshwater, and maintain or improve fish passage, Fish and Game submit that in order to give effect to the NPSFM, there has to be more than just a basic reference to protecting the habitat of trout and salmon in its current state. There needs to be a clear directive that where degraded, the habitat of trout and salmon is restored to and protected in a state of good health and well-being. There is an unnecessary and unjustified inconsistency in the current drafting with LFY01 generally requiring restoration, but LFFWOIA in the 42A evidence version only requiring restoration of habitat specifically for Indigenous species. Also relevant when considering how this regional policy statement should address the protection of trout and salmon habitat is the status of trout and salmon under the Conservation Act and the Otago Sports Fish and Game Management Plan. One of the statutory functions under the Conservation Act is to preserve, as far as is practicable, all Indigenous freshwater fisheries and protect recreational freshwater fisheries and freshwater fish habitats. Notably, the Conservation Act Section 2 definition of protection in terms of the active duty on both the Department of Conservation and Fish and Game to protect freshwater fisheries, sports fish and their habitat is defined as protection in relation to a resource means its maintenance so far as is practicable in its current state, but includes A, its restoration to some former state, and B, its augmentation, enhancement or expansion. The Conservation Act then sets out a special management regime for sports fish, requiring that sports fish are to be managed, maintained and enhanced as a recreational resource for New Zealanders, and authorising Fish and Game to take steps to protect, enhance and manage the habitat of trout by requiring it to assess and monitor sports fish populations and habitat, maintaining and improving the sports fish resource, and to make management plans and issue licenses to take sports fish. So Mr. Peregrine's October 2022 evidence details the Otago Sports Fish and Game Management Plan from paragraph 44 onwards, and the requirement on this commission to have regard to that management plan, and my submission provides a further evidential and legal justification for accepting Fish and Game's drafting to require restoration of water bodies and trout and salmon habitat to a state of good health and well-being. In terms of the visions, Fish and Game is primarily concerned that the content of the visions is still not representative of what is important to the community, and is also concerned to ensure that the content of the visions is informed not just through the early engagement or consultation that ORC undertook, but also this process. And I understand from the Regional Council's opening submissions on Monday that Regional Council also agrees that this process should inform the content of the visions. But it just does seem like there's some very basic points in the visions that are missing, like an overall vision that water bodies are in a state of good health and well-being. So in appropriate references to trout and salmon habitat where those catchments are important for that to the community. And Fish and Game's drafting therefore tries to plug these obvious gaps. In terms of people's health, the evidence of Nigel Peregrine and Jade Cooper describe the measurable and quantifiable health and social, economic and cultural wellbeing benefits derived from recreation in and around water bodies, including angling in Otago. These benefits cannot be realised without the prioritisation of the health of the natural environment, preservation of natural character of lakes and rivers and their margins, and the maintenance and enhancement of public access to and along lakes and rivers, which in turn protect significant habitats of Indigenous fauna also. And there seems to be no fundamental disagreement as to the importance of people's ability to access water bodies that are in a state of good health and well-being for recreation. For the same reasons as set out above, preference is for the plan provisions to be carefully drafted and clear in order to avoid conflict in the future. And Fish and Game have provided its clear drafting on this important point in the provisions listed in that footnote. And finally, on the topic of wetlands, in ecological terms, it does not seem to be contested that natural wetlands can also support important values and have an important place in freshwater and terrestrial ecosystems. And therefore it is appropriate there be provision at the RPS level for natural wetlands, as well as the smaller subset of natural inland wetlands as defined. The drafting of LFFW P9 is proposed in the set attached to these submissions is sought to be amended as sought, and should use clear and unambiguous terms consistent with the rest of the regional policy statement. So those are my submissions. Happy to take questions now.
Is it just that one microphone? Is it happening with all of them? I'll have to get someone from IT down. Sorry, I'm not too sure.
We're just having trouble with microphones at the moment.
I can hear that too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you're questioning.
You may need to mute Ms. Baker Galloway while we're talking so we don't get the feedback.
Right, is that working? Did you hear that suggestion?
She's muted.
Oh, right, okay, it's still making noise, okay. Thank you, Ms. Baker Galloway. We'll start with Commissioner Cubitt. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of commissioners that have actually always wanted to say to a lawyer in a hearing, can you please mute?
No, just Marie.
Just Marie was saying. Just on another lighthearted note, I just wonder, Marie, whether you confirm whether I've got a conflict or not. It's in my mail yesterday, my Fish and Game magazine arrived. And it was dealing with this very issue between trout and salmon habitats and indigenous habitats, been referred to Ms. Coughlin quite a bit in that. So I'm assuming that I'm okay in that regard.
Yes, you're okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to explore in your paragraph 15, and it's this question of health benefits and the priorities in tier 2 and tier 3. We did have a discussion, or we've had a couple of discussions around, well, if you're limiting tier 2, priority 2 to merely human contact and immersion, why do you need tier 2 when tier 1 takes care of that? But also in that paragraph, you refer to Mr. Farrell's questions, and you refer to indirect uses of water. Well, and that's used quite a few times in evidence I've seen, to try and tease out what sits in what priority. Where does the indirect come from? Because Te Manaute Wai applies to all aspects of freshwater management, even outside regional water plans. If a district plan has an impact on freshwater, that applies. So I struggle to understand why indirect is used in this context.
Well, my understanding of indirect, and my colleagues might have subtle differences as well, is that the water does not come into direct contact with human beings, so they derive benefit from something else that used the water. So that's what I mean by indirect.
Well, I know what you mean by indirect, but I'm struggling to understand why that's relevant when we consider priority 2 and the health needs of human. It seems to be, it has to be a direct contact, whereas there's nothing in Te Manaute Wai that suggests that to me.
Yeah. I guess it's the way that we've all tried to rationalize, because anybody, you can make a lot of arguments really broadly about why use of water for economic well-being is also important for people's health. So it's a way to try and distinguish between priority 2 and priority 3 that is actually, I guess, objective, and doesn't have that slippery slope of if you open the door for one thing, there's actually no rational basis to close the door for another thing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're faced with. And I keep coming back to, well, if it is a direct contact issue, it's taken care of by 1. So surely 2 must have some wider meaning. But
yeah. So the other thought on what's different between 1 and 2 is that, say, the environmental flow requirements for a healthy ecosystem are a large part of what you're looking at for priority 1, So that's just looking at the health and state of the water and the health and the state of the ecosystem that depends on that water. Now, if you're looking at those flow requirements, they might be less than or different to the flow requirements for people who are accessing the water to swim or collect mahinga kai at certain flows, or fish and catch fish that are safe to eat. So the flow requirements for the people in direct contact with the water, and I think Mr. Peregrine, if you are interested in this theme, he will be able to talk to you further about it. The flow requirements for the priority 2 direct contact with water might be different and even higher than, in some cases, the flow requirements for a healthy water body that supports a healthy ecosystem.
Okay.
And I think also when you're talking about drinking water, well that's obviously considering direct abstraction from the water, for the drinking water. So yeah, I think there is still a distinction between priority 1 and priority 2, and what needs to be looked at to be managed to achieve priority 1 first and then priority 2 second.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. It's the best answer I've had to that so far. So,
Thanks.
In relation to definitions again, and the concern with the word sustain, and you say, well, it's not a term used in the RMA, but yeah, I'm assuming what we normally use for sustain is maintain where that resource is in a good state. That's actually what they're trying to say with the use of that word, isn't it, really?
I think so. I mean, there's just a couple of places. There really is only a couple of places it's used, I think, that we don't support its use. And one is PRI, LFY PRI, or PR1, and also LFFWP7, place in a way that Fishing Game doesn't support.
Yeah. And just one other question, and it's more of a factual thing, I guess. In your paragraph 11, and when you refer to the allocation map, just for clarification in my mind, I'm assuming that map represents the deemed permit situation, or does it? Still, because a lot of that water is allocated but not used. How does that fit in?
I can't answer that question because we've just worked off the information we could access from the website.
Yeah, okay, maybe
Nigel
might be able to address it. Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Anderson can find someone to assist.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Kia ora. The sort of ongoing saga, I suppose, of indigenous species in fish and trout and salmon. Sorry, it's just gone on, keeps going on and on and on and on. And I just wondered what your view is as to whether or not Te Mana o Te Wai has exacerbated that or enhanced, enriched that dialogue, or what?
I don't think it's exacerbated it, because it's been an issue since the RMA came into force, and probably before that. The reason I can say that with confidence is because I was reading one of the early 2002 Regional Council Environment Court cases back in the day, and it was an issue back then as well. So I think it's always a live issue where we've got those particularly vulnerable, in particular non-migratory native species. I think it's been a hot topic for the last 30 years in that sense. Yeah. And over time, the statutory bodies and iwi are getting more active at working together and dealing with it. And so Te Mana o Te Wai is just, well, not just, it's a new paradigm in which to look at that issue and look at the health and Māori of water bodies and their ecosystems.
Yeah, I'm glad you used the word paradigm because this came up yesterday. The great paradigm shift that all this is sort of brought about. Is the paradigm shift that great?
It is in a regulatory sense because it's flipping the approach to allocation and resource use on its head, rather than looking first at how much is needed and how much can be taken. It's looking at what needs to be left there first to protect the natural values, and then you look at what's left, and it's going to be less in a lot of cases than it was previously.
Yeah, because it does highlight the point that I keep repeating over and over and over again around the sort of interplay, or I refer to it as a marriage between science and Mātauranga Māori. You know, that whole, I think until we can better come to terms with that conversation, I use the word conversation, we'll continue to be having these same, not arguments, but challenges, you know, they're unfulfilled. They don't get us anywhere. Well, they don't get us too far. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yeah, I do. It's a well, for the at least for the regulatory system, it's a new step in its maturity, if you like, and it's matching that what Mātauranga already does with the regulatory regime that's learning a new way of doing things. It's matching those two things together is one way of looking at it.
No, that's about all. I have questions for these guys. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, Marie. Just a couple of points. One is in relation to the term degraded, which this is something that's been picking away in my brain, and you've used the term degraded in your submissions, and I know it's used within the freshwater provisions as well. So I'll ask you my question. If we look at the definition in the RPS, which comes from the NPSFM.
Yep.
In B, it refers to it says means that as a result of something other than a naturally occurring process, the FMU or part of the FMU is not achieving or is not likely to achieve an environmental flow or level set for it. And the question that I have is that, you'll be aware that when you set a minimum flow on a resource consent, for example, or if you set a minimum flow through a regional plan,
Yeah.
you know that naturally the river will go below that, but that environmental flow or level is just a tool to make sure that abstractions cease at that point to relieve the pressure on the river.
Yeah.
How do we get around that in terms of use of that term degraded in the provisions that we've got here? Because I suppose I would sort of see that in terms of that B, it says is not achieving or is not likely to achieve an environmental flow or level set for it. That's going to be the case a lot of the time, particularly in any dry years. And it is going to in part be due to abstractions, but they will all turn off before you get to that flow or level. But that flow or level still could go down lower. So therefore, it's sort of, I read that and I think, oh, does this mean that by definition, any water body that goes down below a flow or level, where you can attribute it to some abstraction, which would probably be the case, is going to be termed degraded? Is that a problem, or am I kind of?
I don't think it is a problem, because the way my basic non-hydrologist understanding of the more sophisticated approaches to managing abstraction these days is that, you know, as a water body gets closer to that environmental flow or level, everybody's abstraction is proportionally reduced, so that they're not all taking their full allocation. It's not like taps on and then suddenly taps off. So there's ways, and depending on how the particular river interacts with like groundwater that feeds into it as well, there's ways of the scientists sort of knowing how to set that abstraction level so that the abstraction leading up to where the environmental level is doesn't have an impact beyond what is then a naturally occurring low flow. So I think there's definitely a way of managing that point.
Yeah, and I take your point on that, but I suppose I just sort of, you know, think of a rather enthusiastic planner who could be thinking, well, if that abstraction hadn't been occurring, regardless of whether it's actually, you know, it's ramped out, you know, yeah, they've complied with all the restrictions. But the fact that abstraction has been occurring has sped up or resulted in that low flow being, you know, the abstraction going, well, the river going down below that low flow. I kind of just struggle with that term, and I'm wondering whether, I mean, it depends, and I, you know, I take your point that generally the way that the restrictions and the flows are set is to minimise impacts, but they're still going to naturally go lower, and they are naturally, well, they are going to potentially go lower as a result of abstraction that occurred at higher levels. Is that? Yeah, I suppose I'm just, I mean, is it potentially going to be a problem depending how it's interpreted?
Well, it certainly has to be applied carefully and with the benefit of you know, detailed technical hydrological input, depending on how that water body works and how much, you know, buffer it's got in its, whether it's fed from a lake or not, and whether it's fed from aquifers or not. You know, all of those factors will change how the environmental flow and abstraction above that is managed, so that abstraction doesn't cause any effects below that environmental flow.
Yeah, okay. The only other question I had, which is probably another random one, if Fish and Game was seeking to abstract water for augmentation, say for the health of a water body, would you expect that to come under Tier 1? Or would you expect there to be any sort of prioritisation for that?
So if it was abstracting water from one water body to improve the health of another water body?
Potentially on ground. I know there's mixing of water issues with this kind of thing as well, but I suppose I've seen proposals for augmentation around the place popping up, and I was just wondering how you thought something like that.
Off the top of my head, I would say that is probably a Tier 1 issue, unless the purpose for the augmentation was something more human related.
Okay, thank you.
You referred to the Ngāti Rangi case in terms of addressing that issue of the, well, really the naturalness of a water body as being the state of the environment minus the effects of any of the permits that have finite terms. In the context of the Clutha, for example, what does the application of that approach mean?
Well, it's more, not unfortunately, but it's more complicated, I think, for the Clutha, because the structures of the dams, and I'm saying this off the top of my head, they're land use consents. So, and this was traversed, and I haven't refreshed myself when the scheme renewed its consent, whenever it was, 15 years ago. So it's not as simple as imagining the Clutha with no hydro scheme. It's not that straightforward.
just refresh my memory in terms of that Ngāti case, because that would have related to the intake structures that diverted waters off the southern side of Ruapiri.
Oh, yes, I think it did. And I can't remember. I don't think it went into much depth on that point, unfortunately. I do remember looking at that, and it didn't really help us with that particular part of it. But I can go and refresh my memory.
Yeah, well, I certainly need to refresh mine. You draw attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, I mean, you've had a good discussion with Mr. Cubitt about your paragraphs 15, 16, etc. But I am struggling when you look at LFYP1, the prioritisation provision, and you look at the prioritisation provision in the freshwater in the NPS. There's so much extra added in P1 along the lines that you're seeking, really. And it just immediately starts one thinking, if that was intended, why wouldn't the legislators have put that in the NPS again? How do you respond?
Yeah, I understand that question, but I think there's a provision in the NPS that yeah, so it's 3.21. It actually opens that opportunity for each region to define what Te Mana o Te Wai means for that region. So that invitation is kind of that the gates opened already in 3.21, that each region is to define what Te Mana o Te Wai means for that region and for those people.
Yeah, thanks for drawing attention to that. The only other question I had really was, well, can I just preface the question by saying that I find delightful some of the euphemisms that are used for the predation by trout on natural species, and I see you've got a lovely phrase, through detrimental population impacts, by which I think you mean eating one, eating the other.
Yes, I will defer to Ms. Coughlin on the scientific appropriateness of that.
I think she's got an even lovelier phrase, but we'll talk about that with her later. What I was really wanting to just get clear from you, though, was just policy 9. I didn't read as being protective at all of trout habitat. Quite the opposite.
Policy 9, which in which document?
Sorry, from the NPS-FM. So
in the NPS-FM.
Yeah.
No, policy 9 is not in relation to trout and salmon. That's right. It's the relationship between policy 10 and policy 9 that
where I circled it was at your paragraph 21. Policies
right.
Require the habitats of trout and salmon to be protected. Well, 10 clearly does, subject to it not being inconsistent with 9.
That's right. It was lazy drafting. It's really
right.
The interplay between policy 10 and policy 9 that I'm trying to emphasise.
Just in the fourth line of your paragraph 22, I must say on this, you're saying that the RPS places too much weight on an assumption that protection of trout and salmon habitats in Otago is not consistent with protection. Oh yeah, no, I see what you mean. What I was really gathering from Ms. Boyd's reports were that she was saying, in large measure, if Indigenous habitats are protected, then it follows that trout and salmon habitats are protected. But it's a different flip of the coin to the way you're expressing that sentence. Yeah.
Yes, and just to respond to that point, the evidence from Fish and Game is that trout and salmon do have higher flow needs than the minimum flow needs for indigenous species. So
Yeah.
it's not necessarily correct to say that if you protect the habitat for indigenous species flow needs, you would not be in some instances protecting the habitat requirements for trout and salmon. But if you want to have a healthier river with more water, more habitat for everybody, the flow needs of trout and salmon are the higher flow needs.
Right. Yeah. No, look, thank you. Otherwise, very clear.
Thank you.
So where are we going in terms of witnesses from here?
Do you want to carry on or have your lunch break? What's the program?
How about I'm just thinking. No, we might as well break now. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. We'll break now and reconvene at 1:30. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yellowwood.
Hello?
Yes, we're all back.
Very good. So the first witness we will call is Mr. Peregrine, and he's prepared a summary to speak to first that hopefully you've got a copy of.
You will once again.
We will have it soon. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Mr. Peregrine.
Thank you for that. So I'll just start at paragraph 1, and if it's helpful, there's a couple of places where I think I could provide helpful comment based on some of the. Of course, sorry. If it's helpful, there's a couple of places where I think I could provide some helpful comment on 3 of the questions that have been posed so far. So if you're comfortable, I can pause and take time to address those. Right, yeah. My full name is Nigel John Peregrine. I prepared a statement of evidence for the freshwater parts of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021, dated 28 June 2023. My qualifications and experience are set out in my EIC. Fishing Game is seeking the inclusion of a framework that is needed to give effect to National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management Policies 9 and 10, NPSFM Section 3.26, and assist with addressing species interaction. The sought relief for that framework is split between a freshwater planning instrument and a non-freshwater planning instrument, and Fishing Game's relief in the FPI process mirrors its position in the non-FPI process. There is broad agreement on the sought framework from the parties with statutory responsibility to manage the freshwater species involved. At paragraphs 15 and 16 of my FPI EIC, I've detailed the remaining places of contention as I understand them. At paragraphs 19 to 33 of my FPI EIC, I discuss the importance of location and circumstance in the relationship between habitat, fish passage, and species interaction. I see pages flicking. I'll let you catch up. Awesome. Fishing Game's sought framework brings these threads together in a way that allows holistic management. Ms. Coughlin's evidence provides an insight into locations with high, medium, and low risk of species interactions in Otago. Now, I need to apologise for that. That should say I've been hit over the head for not providing the accurate statement. So that should say not species interactions. It should say risk of detrimental population impacts due to species interactions. And Ms. Coughlin can tell you all about why I've been hit over the head and why I need to say that. In places where there is a low risk of detrimental population impacts for Indigenous species due to interactions with sports fish, the protection of trout and salmon is likely to aid in achieving ecosystem health by improving habitat for all species in the river reach and reducing the impact of species interaction. Using the risk assessment of native species and the associated Otago map provided by Ms. Coughlin in Table 3 and Figure 2 of her FPI EIC, I would expect that the majority of river reaches in Otago to fall into this low risk category. If I can pause there, Roel, you asked whether the Te Mana o Te Wai concept had assisted with species interactions. And my personal feeling is the concept has been around in the policy sets for a while, and we've been having these discussions for a while. Something that's been really beneficial with the NPSFM 2020 is the way it's expressed and the way it's quite clear, or it is much more clear than it was expressed in previous NPSs. Similarly, the description of the ecosystem health value is expressed very clearly. And because of, with those concepts, it gives us language to put some of the practicalities of species interaction, which are very complex, into a common language. And I think when we do that, we do all end up on a very similar page. We all want to embody Te Mana o Te Wai in our actions. We all do want to provide for ecosystem health in our actions. And so I personally would credit the explanations in the MPSFM with the ability to get those statutory parties together and get to the places that we've been able to get to in these last couple of years with working together and wanting to work together more in future on species interaction. There you go. After that detour, I'll begin on the last paragraph of last sentence of paragraph 5 again. At the non-FBI hearing, we discussed ecosystem health definitions and how trout and salmon can form part of a healthy ecosystem. My appended non-FBI EIC discusses links between the natural environment, recreation, human health, and well-being at paragraphs 91 to 118. The link between these factors is a key to the central government's approach to mental health and addressing obesity. The reporting in the Living Standards Framework for the Wellbeing Budget. This link is supported by international and local evidence. And I should note the links that I'm referring to here are greater than the question of whether a person will become sick from coming into contact with water or eating harvested food from water, although I view both of those as obviously part of human health needs. Ms. Baker Galloway, if I can go off script again, referenced an example in the manual here of where people's desire to connect with water and they want to recreate in and around water might drive up a recommendation or might require more flow compared to a minimum flow set for purely ecological purposes. And the reason that we can use this as an example is because we have very recently in the Manuheric here, I think as late as last week, had a report from ORC staff that looks only at setting minimum flows based on ecology and hydrology. And so we can compare that to previous flow recommendations that was prepared for the 2021 consultation in the Manuheric here around recreation, where water users, people who recreate in and around water, were asked, what are your flow preferences? And of course, there's different flow preferences for different users. Jet boaters prefer different flow preferences to kayakers who prefer different flow preferences to swimmers and anglers. Of the flow preferences that were considered in that recreation report from 2021, the two main recreation activity or ways that people said they connected with the water was fishing and swimming. And that's, I should say, the two main ways they connect around the minimum flow, because that's what we're talking about. Flows less than mouth or approaching mouth. And the range for those flows were generally around the same or trending towards much higher than the flows that would be recommended for on the ecology and hydrology basis. So I'll just pull up the stats that I've highlighted here. So for fishing and swimming, flows of 1.5 cubics right up to 15 cubics were recommended for as being okay to good for angling, and flows between 2 and 4 cubics were found to be good for swimming. However, the ecological and hydrological recommendation was a range between 2 and 4 cubics. 2 and 4, 2 and 2.5 cubics. So there's a great deal of overlap in those figures, but there's also a huge amount of there's quite a lot of area where the two figures do not overlap. And I would say that the recreation assessment, the amount of water that recreational users say they would like to see in the river for connections to the water would push well above that of the ecological. And the last thing to note about that example is that when people were asked in those surveys, what flow they'd like to see when they interact with water. Their responses and reasoning for the flows ranged from enjoyment and connection right down to things like strict health. You know, is it safe to swim? Is there a coal lane in the water? So it's encompassing. When I talk about the links in my summary between the human health needs and connections to water bodies, this recreational survey in the menu here encompasses that, and it seems to also encompass people's perspectives of human health and whether you get sick from being in the water. Sorry, that was a long digression, but I hope it was helpful. I'll begin again on paragraph 8. This perspective is critical to interpreting key FPI provisions as LFYP1 and LFFW01A, as they clearly link the health of the environment to the health of people. The approach is consistent with Te Mana o Te Wai as set out in the MPSFM. Fish and Game is supporting the parts of the FPI provisions referencing human health, as they are already inclusive of the nature-human health link. Fish and Game is also seeking relief in other provisions regarding people's connections to water, food gathering and recreation, which supports human health. In its submission, Fish and Game sought vision timeframes that did not extend past 2040. After hearing further comments on vision timeframes during this hearing, I would like to offer the following comments. The Essential Freshwater Package, in which the MPSFM 2020 was released, aimed, among other things, to, quote, reverse past damage to bring our waterways and ecosystems to a healthy state within a generation. As this is the clear intention of the package, it would be consistent to me to ensure that no vision date exceeds a 30-year timeframe. Now, when I do the maths in my head, I don't think there is one currently that exceeds that. I include this as might be a helpful topic for the panel to think about. Secondly, vision dates would be aided by a requirement for periodic milestones, for example, every 5 years, so that there is no option to kick the can down the road as happened with deemed permits. So as you may know, with deemed permits, there was a 30-year sunset clause from 1991. And my experience is a bulk of that work did not really start until the last decade. So it would help to keep momentum moving throughout the process. And thirdly, where there are time lags between action and observing environmental improvements, such that they would threaten the achievement of the vision by the specified date, those elements of vision statements could be expressed as relating to implementing the required behavioural change by a specific date. And finally, I'd like to correct 2 mistakes in my FPI EIC, and as it found out in my summary. The first one is at paragraphs 21 and 30 to 32 of my FPI EIC, when I use the phrase risk of or from species interaction, when referring to interactions between native species and salamanders. This is inaccurate, as there will always be interactions, but they'll have varying degrees of impact and may be positive or negative. The phrase I should have used is risk of detrimental population impacts for native species. And secondly, at paragraphs 5 and 22 of my FPI rebuttal evidence, I've accidentally stated that hydroelectricity generation should get a free ride, when I meant to say the activity should not get a free ride. I do think it's helpful for a consenting pathway to be available for hydroelectric generation, provided it's supported by strong direction that steers projects away from inappropriate locations and scales.
Thank you, Mr. Paragon. There may be questions. Diego will start with you.
Yeah, I did have some questions in your evidence, but you've largely covered, they've largely been covered off. But you do, in paragraph 9b, you talk about visions will be aided by a requirement for periodic milestones, for example, every 5 years. That's not something that's been suggested in the relief sort, I don't think, Mr. Farrell's evidence, is it? I mean, do you think we have enough information to actually do that?
I would imagine you would not have enough information to say specifically that these targets need to be hit by this particular date. Say you're thinking about, I'm going to pull up a good example. Give me 1 second.
I can certainly see the merit in having some sort of interim targets along the way, but would that be better set through the regional plan rather than?
Yeah,
Yes.
it may well. I think in terms of detail, it absolutely would be. So if we take the section 42A version of the LFFW 01A and look at limb 3, the suggestion is that Indigenous species would migrate easily within and between catchments. I wouldn't imagine this panel would have enough information to say, as of 2025, you'll have 1,000 fish passage barriers removed, and 2020, 2030, you'll have 2,000 removed and something like that. But certainly, I thought it might be helpful if there were, if this was something that the panel were concerned about, that you could direct that the Land and Water Plan develop a regime like that. So it would simply be a direction for that future planning.
Would that potentially come out through the action plans in the MPCP?
It could well do. It depends.
Depends how they're enacted, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where that, yeah.
And I, speaking with regional council staff, I'm sure they won't be concerned with me saying that my understanding is it's still a bit of a moving feast. You know, that they're trying to, everyone's trying to, you know, put together the rails as the train's moving, as it were. And so I'm sure they're going to do an excellent job and they're going to be the last to arrive. It might be helpful to direct that here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Perry. Just sort of probably one question really. And it's the recognition or the concern that you guys have around lack of recognition of the resource and its reflection in the visions and the objectives, and particularly the new O1A. Now, when I look at these things, they're quite broad, and I recall your early evidence around different levels of quality in your resource, you know, high-class fisheries, etc., in certain areas. And we've had discussions with other people around the specific visions for those FMUs, which even people who have stated that their visions aren't represented in there. The only examples I've provided additional drafting or new drafting is still quite general. It doesn't seem to take us anywhere. And from the perspective of Fish and Game, some of the different FMUs, I would have thought there is an opportunity there for your visions to be stated in more specific terms around where outstanding fisheries are, all those sorts of issues. Have you given any thought to that?
Generally, the approach for Otago Fish and Game has been, when you protect the resource, you protect the species. And of course, that's looking at sports fishing and game birds. When we expand that view to all species, which we rightfully should, it doesn't always hold true in the places that we need to intervene, and that's why we're suggesting that trout and salmon framework with a method to work with those statutory bodies to intervene. The reason I raise this is because the philosophy for Fish and Game has been really focused on protecting the resource. So in each of the FMUs, there will be places where there's high-class fisheries and there'll be places where there's not. We could go through and list each one of our, I think we have 190 listed fisheries within the vision, the specific FMU on working visions. But honestly, they're served just as well, in my view, by simply saying we're going to protect the habitat of trout and salmon, and we're going to provide, I think the wording that Mr. Farrell has suggested is that we're going to strive for healthy populations of trout and salmon, which can move between catchments and have habitats protected in a good state of health and well-being, subject to the needs of Indigenous species and their habitats. So we always have that built in. So we always have that release valve when species interactions are inappropriate. And aside from that, really what the species need is good quality water, good water quantity, and then people just need access to those places so that they can connect with the water and so that they can exercise their recreation.
Yeah. So if we were of mind to actually go away from the recommended district-wide vision, because some people have told us that that's ultra-vires or not possible, you would want that amendment that Ben has proposed, I think it's subsection 12, to be reflected throughout each of the vision statements for each FMU.
Yeah, that would be a simple way of doing it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I forgot to answer your question on the mapping.
I was just going to ask you that too, the allocation thing, whether that recognised, how that recognised the team permits or not.
So I did pull up that mapping yesterday. It's always been on the regional council sites, but it's not well known. I went and pulled it out yesterday and did have a look through the attribute table that showed each of the abstraction points that was mapped. And unfortunately, there wasn't any indication whether they were deemed permits or resource consents that I could see. So I think it will really come down to when the data was last updated. If it's a current ORC data set, then it would have been updated on Monday night because I pulled it out on Tuesday night, and the metadata from that data set says it's updated every evening based on consenting information. And as I understand it, the ORC is nearing the completion of the processing of deemed permits into short-term consents. So if it is up to date, then that should represent a small number of deemed permits and the majority of paper water would be removed. If it's not up to date, then who knows? This would all be information that the regional council, I'm sure, could provide you with relatively easily. Even if they don't want to rely on that mapping, it'll be there in their system for sure. The question of, in terms of what the outputs say for that mapping, my experience, and I've worked for from 2017 through to 2021 on deemed permit applications representing fish and game. I saw hundreds of deemed permit applications right across the region, and we dealt with most of them as an affected party. My experience is that because of the way that the RPW sets allocation limits, being the greater number of either 50% of mouth or what is currently allocated, that when you remove the paper water, you're still above 50% of mouth, just because the allocations are so extreme. So my feeling is that even if that was showing paper water, I'm relatively confident that you would not see much of a change in the amount of red and green on that map, just because of the amount of water that's generally allocated out there and being used.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for your comments earlier on.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. But is there a widely accepted definition for the words sport fish?
There's a legally defined definition. Yeah, and so sports fish encompasses a list of fish in the Conservation Act, right? Conservation Act, yes. And so for Otago, the sports fish that we usually see here are brown trout, rainbow trout, Chinook salmon, and perch are the main species.
How do you sum up the definition? I mean, a sport fish is a what?
Just a fish listed in the Conservation Act under that list is what we normally use. There is if you want to think about like a lay definition, I think it comes down to like culture, and because there's of course different types of fishing. You know, someone who's going and collecting eel is not collecting a sports fish. But there's similarities between the act of what they're doing. They're both collecting food from water to eat. Similarly, someone who goes and fishes off the coast, they're not harvesting sports fish, but they're still fishing in the way we would conceive it as a recreation in the in Western culture, and the way that we would view harvest. People go off and get a whole bunch of blue cod and have a good feed, but that's not a sports fish. So it's a weird little quirk, and it's I think in the last hearing we spoke about the fragmented legislative framework around fish and protecting fish species. And this probably speaks to that. Some fish are sports fish, some fish are marine fish that the two regulation systems don't meet.
Yeah, it's kind of ironical in a way, isn't it? When you got sport fish, recreational fish, and you have mahinga kai, for example. And yet, I suppose most party would say, well, you go and whether you're having sport or fun, but at the end of the day, you're getting it to eat. That kind of stuff. So that's part of the sort of puzzle that I think sometimes gets in the way or confuses sort of stuff that we're doing. Yeah, that's all I have. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think I had any particular matters of clarification I needed, Mr. Peregrine. No, I didn't have any matters of clarification that I needed, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Coughlin is going to be our next expert. So she's on Zoom. There she is. And there should be a summary of hers as well that is being handed up.
Thank you, Ms. Coughlin.
Good afternoon.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Paragraph 1, introduction. My full name is Amy Coughlin. I prepared a statement of evidence on the freshwater parts of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021, dated the 28th of June 2023. My qualifications and experience are set out in my EIC. Most New Zealand freshwater fish species are endemic and suffer population loss and fragmentation, with many species locally extinct over much of their pre-European range, which is largely attributed to loss of habitat and impacts of introduced fish species. Species interact in complex and dynamic ways. Interactions can be positive or negative and are often altered by the presence of other species within the same habitat. Any predation impacts will potentially affect an extremely vulnerable native fish species. This could be predation by trout, larger bodied native species, piscivorous birds, or harvesting by humans. Protecting the freshwater environment is an important aspect of increasing native species abundance and distribution. Degraded environments are potentially harmful to the species themselves, and they can also increase negative impacts of interspecies interactions. Native fish species may be less affected by natural river disturbances such as flooding than introduced species. Thus, protections of habitat which allow for disturbances that mimic natural water body behaviour and other location-specific managements should encourage healthy and abundant native fish populations and coexistence with trout. There will be sites where trout should be removed as part of a suite of management tools in order to bolster these vulnerable native fish populations. It should be noted eradications may have unanticipated negative ecological impacts on the food web, and such interventions should be undertaken cautiously. Any species interaction management should be undertaken in a collaborative, science-based manner with iwi relevant council bodies, the Department of Conservation and Fish and Game Councils. These are the parties who have statutory responsibilities for the species and areas involved. I presented in the risk assessment matrix, which is paragraph 11 in my statement of evidence, which we designed in order to assess population level vulnerability of Indigenous species to trout predation. This is intended as a transparent, flexible, and easy to utilize tool to indicate where highly vulnerable species are modeled to likely interact with trout, and where mitigations such as habitat improvement, protective barriers, or predator removals may be needed. Nationally, trout of any sizes are predicted to overlap with at least one native fish species across a total stream length of approximately 25,000 kilometres. Of this overlapping distribution, 1,626 kilometres of reach is likely to contain both trout and a high-risk native fish species, and I will clarify that as a highly vulnerable native fish species. 5,318 kilometres of waterway is likely to contain both trout and medium-risk native fish species, and the remaining 18,115 kilometres contains both trout and low-risk species. Otago region has a relatively large number of species which have been designated high risk. However, many reservoirs which currently contain highly vulnerable Indigenous fish species are likely to be too small to contain trout. It should be noted, however, that as research advances or habitats, perspectives, or the health of native fish populations change, so should this risk assessment. That's what I mean by being flexible and adaptable. Where the risk of negative population level impact on native species from species interaction is low, it is very likely that actions to improve habitat for trout and salmon will benefit native species, as the aquatic habitat needs of trout are often higher than the needs of the Indigenous species. In circumstances when anthropogenic water use is significant, the habitat retained in rivers is often driven down to the absolute bare essential needs of the adults of the species within. Protecting a water body to meet the habitat needs of trouts can lead to more varied and resilient river habitats, benefiting both trout and natives, as more water is left in the water bodies, which can increase microhabitats beneficial for more species and more life stages. In conclusion, multiple factors contribute to the persistence of Indigenous fish populations within New Zealand, of which species interactions are a subset. Environmental factors such as river flow and form, availability of mesohabitat and food resources, the presence and connectivity of source and sink populations, and trout size influence biotic interactions. The interaction of each factor in determining the impact of trout on native fish is difficult to predict. The framework proposed by Fish and Game and LFFWM8A would allow for practical and collaborative addressing of species interactions and adaptive responses to population changes using multiple management strategies, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Colton. We'll start the question with Bianca Sullivan.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, your evidence was really helpful and largely very clear, I thought too. And I'm not sure if you're in a position where you could answer this, or whether this may be possibly picked up by one of the other witnesses, but just talking about the habitat needs of trout and salmon versus Indigenous species. I mean, are you, and I know you're not working down here in Otago, but I suppose what came out of that for me was wondering if the minimum flows that are set in the plans now, did that take into account trout and salmon habitat, or is that more focused on Indigenous habitat needs, or was it just a sort of a blanket approach?
I would have to refer that question, sorry, to one of my Otago colleagues.
I probably have some help there. I think generally they have been considering trout and salmon habitat. More recently, there has been a trend. I see more recently, I've been with Fishing Game since 2017, and I've seen the change. So it is really in the last couple of years, but there is a trend towards not favouring considering trout and salmon habitat to set flows. It certainly seems that if you look at 20 years ago, there was much more popularity to set flows for the habitats of trout and salmon compared to now, and that probably just is an example of changing mindsets among people. That's probably a helpful place to leave it. So yes, they are included, and as we get closer to the present day, that influence lessens.
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks. That's all I had actually. So thank you for your
Commissioner Hewlett.
Thank you, Ms. Coghlan. Just a couple of quick questions. And it's in relation to your Otago region map, the Taieri River catchment map. And it is quite hard for us to read that, but so your commentary in paragraphs 81, 82 in relation to that, I wasn't quite sure whether that has borne out your comments, and I think it's paragraph 46 around it's probably only around 10% of the habitat where there is that overlap.
I think it remains the same. I would suspect Otago would be slightly higher, but it would average out at about the same. The maps are based off model predictions of where we would expect to find them. So they're not a ground truth, because obviously finding where these species are, they tend to be cryptic. We can't, obviously, we base off the New Zealand freshwater fish database and model predictions. So there are definitely places on those maps where it shows there aren't overlaps, and there may well be. So it's more indicative of where we would expect to find these overlaps, and to prioritise where we should go look and really lock in these management strategies to protect these native species wherever we can.
Yeah, okay. And I'm assuming that the Taieri catchment will be no different to other catchments in Otago, so same sort of answer.
Very similar sort of answer. Different species depending on where they are. There's some amazing little indigenous species that are highly localized, highly fragmented populations. So you may have different species with different needs, but and different geomorphology of the catchments as well. On the whole, it would give a pinpoint idea of where you should start looking and where we could start putting these management strategies into place.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, the other question I had was, I can't find where I read it. I'm assuming it was in your evidence. It may have been in the Fish and Game magazine that I read this morning. But there was a comment you made about, since trout have been introduced, we've only lost one native species. I think it was the grayling. How do we know that?
It's a good question. A very good question, particularly seeing as most of the research that has been done is sort of turned over time to be not quite as accurate. We originally thought the Canterbury galaxid was one species, and it turns out it's a suite of species. We could potentially have missed something. I don't know if there'd be any scientist out there who would say that we know all the answers to everything. But as far as we can tell, the species that have been found, there've been more species found, and nobody said that there's a gap here where there should be an ecological niche being found, and there's not. There's no definitive answer to that one, unfortunately. But as far as we know, the evidence suggests only the grayling was last spotted just before 1920. And hopefully that would be it. I really hope.
Yeah. Well, I guess our job is to make sure it is the last one we know about. That's it for me. I'm going to leave the chair to ask you about a couple of phrases in your the word vociferous and how that's used. Thank you.
I'm going to try and extrapolate from something that you've said here, which is trout, the habitat needs of trout are often higher than the needs of indigenous species. Now, what I'm extrapolating from that is that, if I'm not mistaken, all the indigenous species are smaller in size, for starters.
Eel are larger, lamprey are larger.
Are they bigger? Sorry?
I think you have to ask again.
Oh, did you not hear the question?
No, sorry, I stopped it. That trout would be larger.
No. You say the habitat needs of trout are often higher than the needs of indigenous species, right? Now, I'm assuming that for the most part, the indigenous species we talk about are smaller in size than trout.
when I talk about the habitat needs of trout being higher, I'm talking about with all indigenous species, and that includes tuna, the eels, and lamprey, which are generally speaking at parts of their lifespan anyway, considerably larger than even the largest trout. Trout have a very well noted need for an abundance of fresh water that indigenous species would absolutely thrive in, but do not require in order to survive in.
Is it same applied to salmon?
I'm going to say yes, but I am going to say at this point, my research was solely on brown trout interactions in flowing water with indigenous species. So I'll stay in my lane.
Yeah, I was going to ask another question around mahinga kai, but I'm going to save that for Mr. Farrell later on. So thanks very much.
By staying in your lane, you probably kept away from a question that I want to ask you about, which flowed from Alan Cubitt's question, and that related to just historical material that I've read over the years in relation to areas like Rotorua, where you read accounts of the Tarawa people literally pulling in huge net loads of native fish, which within a matter of years of the trout arriving had disappeared. What species were those? But again, if you've only studied brown trout effects in flowing rivers, you may not have looked at that sort of material.
No, I stayed away from the lakes and just this particular part of my thesis. It was 2.5 years worth of work anyway. I didn't need to add lakes to it. But there are anecdotal evidence, yes, and I don't think anybody would stand here and say that trout have had no negative impact. Trout and sports fish have, as have humans. The negative impacts are apparent, and it's very, very hard, even in my research, to untangle those impacts on each other.
Mr. Cubitt gave me the hospital pass of asking you and therefore showing my ignorance in relation to paragraph 36 of your evidence in chief. What is post-discovery, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, onset fish? What is that?
Sorry. Yeah, technical words. It saves me time when I'm typing, but doesn't save anybody time explaining it. So the onset of piscivory is when fish start to eat other fish. All of our native species that are left, sorry, grayling, rest in peace, they're all carnivorous, and once they get past a certain point, most of them will become piscivorous, and that onset is linked generally to size. So there has to be a size where they can eat other fish and catch them without expending too much energy. So the onset of piscivory is a different depending on the species and the size that they get to when that starts. Trout tend to grow quite a bit faster, so they get to that at about 2 years old, whereas some of our cockapoo species could take a little bit longer to get there. That's that phrase. Sorry, it's a horrible sciencey phrase.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. That explains that. And really the last observation I just wanted to make was how wonderful you've been able to, you've been able to express the effect of this predation factor at your paragraph 28, when you said discoverous predation is the act of one fish eating the fish of another species. And you had the delightful phrase, this will negatively impact consumed individuals. Who's actually disappeared. So I just wanted to congratulate you on such a wonderful use of the English language. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
So our next witness is Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
My full name is Jade Edward Cooper.
I prepared a statement of evidence on the freshwater parts of the proposed target regional policy statement 2021, dated 28th of June 2023. My qualifications and experience are set out in my evidence in chief. As a whole, there is strong evidence of degradation in multiple waterways around the Otago region. Analysis of the Otago Regional Council's 2021 State of the Environment reporting shows that water quality in the region falls below at least one National Policy Statement FM, bottom line at 63% of all sites. The pattern of water quality degradation is not, however, uniform across the region. Typically high or mountainous waterways under native forest cover tend to have high water quality, while low elevation waterways that drain pastoral or urban areas tend to have lower water quality. Concerningly, the report states that across the region, the 20-year trend was predominantly degrading for all water quality variables apart from ammoniacal nitrogen. Since the production of my previous evidence, I've become aware of updated ORC State of the Environment reporting. This was largely presented and summarised as appendices to Tom Dyer's FPI evidence. Unfortunately, all the parameters presented in the 2021 report have not been made available in either of these reports, which makes analysis and comparisons with that previous data quite difficult. But analysis of Mr. Dyer's summary of just the flowing waters shows 64% of all sites failing at least one national bottom line. I would expect that including lake sites would only minorly change this percentage, as the proportion of testing sites on lakes is low, and a large number of sites, particularly in the more coastal FMU/Rohe, are not meeting at least one national bottom line. Comparison of the lake water quality data has also been made more difficult by the addition of multiple testing sites at different depths on the large central lakes. So an important example of the intricacies of reporting against the MPSFM bottom lines is around water clarity. So clarity reductions can be caused by land uses as well as naturally occurring processes. This is partly accounted for by the use of sediment classes in the MPSFM, and they recognise the climate, topography, and geology of the catchment. If we assume that all the clarity failures were due to naturally occurring processes, the percentage of sites that failed at least one national bottom line would drop from 64% to 54%. I've included clarity in my main analysis, though, as the MPSFM makes it clear that the onus is on the relevant regional council to demonstrate that it is a naturally occurring processes that prevent the national bottom line from being achieved. The percentage of flowing waterways that failed at least one bottom line was variable between the FMU or Rohe, although there is a general trend of FMU and Rohe that are closer to the coast, having a higher percentage of sites that do not meet the MPSFM bottom lines. So it's just table 1 there, breaks down the number of testing sites in each Rohe and the percent of those sites that failed at least one national bottom line. So all the above analyses that I've talked about rely on currently available and reported data, and it's important to note that a number of MPSFM parameters are not currently reported on. So notable parameters that are not currently reported to my knowledge are dissolved oxygen, cyanobacteria, and ecosystem metabolism. And I'm aware of at least one site in the region where dissolved oxygen levels fall below national bottom lines. So although there's some difficulty in comparing data available between all the reports that are available on water quality, there is strong evidence that a large proportion of water bodies around the region do not meet the bottom lines of the MPSFM. Information on the degree to which water extraction is affecting waterways is harder to find, as the ORC has not produced any state of the environment information about water quantity. My understanding has been largely informed by the Skelton report and the decision of the Environment Court on Plan Change 7. And it aligns with the evidence of Sandra McIntyre for Kaitahu that says her understanding is that there are still concerns about over-allocation in a number of catchments across the region, and that the RPW framework does not recognise over-allocation, largely prioritises consumptive uses over in-stream values, and does not adequately consider effects on the freshwater system beyond the vicinity of the abstraction. There also appears to be little ORC reporting on the state and extent of wetlands. So wetlands perform many important functions as carbon sinks,
biodiversity and recreational hotspots, and for the mitigation of sediment, nutrient, and fecal contaminant load on downstream water bodies. And also the attenuation of floods and the buffering of low flows. Despite these values, it's estimated that only around a quarter of the wetlands that existed in Otago before human occupation still remain. Unfortunately, data from Manaki Whenua Landcare Research suggests that between 1996 and 2018, the Otago region lost a further 400 hectares of wetlands, the majority of which was converted to exotic grassland. Due to the varied and valuable functions of wetlands and their ongoing loss, it is important to have strong protections for those wetlands that remain. The supplementary evidence for the freshwater planning instrument process on the implications of the MPS IB, so Indigenous Biodiversity, by Felicity Boyd has recognised that there is a considerable risk that some wetlands will fall through the cracks due to not being matched or due to the prevalence of exotic pasture species. In my opinion, the changes suggested are useful for protecting the values of wetlands and recognising the challenges that they face. The three factors just discussed, water quality, quantity, and the loss of wetlands, are not the only issues that are facing freshwater in Otago. Numerous other effects, such as those associated with land use change, climate change, introduced species, damming and hydropower, and urban development also affect the health of water bodies. These effects cannot be looked at in isolation, as the issues they can cause compound together and create additional pressure on and reducing the resilience of our water bodies. There are varying pressures and differences in ecological health across FMU/Rohe. Coastal FMUs like the North Otago, Needham Coast, Taieri and Catlins face greater challenges with water quality degradation compared to the less intensively farmed central FMU/Rohe. Groundwater quality concerns are specific to those FMU and Rohe with groundwater present, most notably the Lower Clutha in the North Otago FMU in Rohe. Water quantity poses a more significant issue in areas with more limited water resources, particularly in water-short regions like Dunstan, Roxburgh, and the Manahirikea Rohe, although comprehensive summary reporting is lacking. In my supplementary evidence regarding the implications of the MPS IB, I provided an opinion on the use of the term irreversible. To summarise my thoughts, I believe that the term could cause issues as determining if an effect is reversible would require experts to interpret the potential effects of an activity into the distant future, which is likely to be difficult in most cases. Consequently, I recommend wording that looks at the degree to which an activity degrades the aspects of the environment that we value. Degrades the aspects of the environment that we value.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Cooper. And I'm just interested in your evidence, your discussions around wetlands and I think this came out of Mr. Farrell's evidence as well as Ms. Baker Galloway's submissions, but where we've got the RMA recognising wetlands, and yet it's natural inland wetlands, natural wetlands that have been picked up through the MPSFM and the NESF a lot more, and there is that sort of disconnect between the two. I mean, to what extent do you think, or how many of the wetlands around? I'm just interested from your knowledge of the Otago region. How many do you think wouldn't come under that natural inland wetland definition due to the pasture exclusions or whatever else? I mean, do you know how much we're talking about here?
I think it is really hard to estimate with the reporting available, and the mapping is not strictly available. And there'll be places, for example, like the Taieri scroll plane, where those are interconnected beside each other. There's no firm lines between them. And,
so in a situation like that, it's going to be here's a wetland, here's a wetland, here's a wetland, with bits between that.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't. Well, here's a natural inland wetland.
Yeah.
But whereas the whole complex is a wetland in itself.
Yeah, it's very difficult to give an idea of the extent.
The
ones that don't fall under that pasture exclusion will do.
Yeah, and I presume you've looked at the policies that are in the, I mean, you know, I'll ask Mr. Farrell on this too, but the policies that we've got in the RPS at the moment, you know, the focus is more on natural wetlands rather than wetlands per se.
Yeah, so I think it's important to protect both. Those natural inland wetlands, I suspect we have higher biodiversity values just because the fact that they're not pasture dominated, but those other wetlands still serve important functions and need protection.
Yeah, so I suppose sort of part of what you're getting at is highlighting the functions of wetlands per se, irrespective of whether they've got, you know, more than 50% Indigenous species or what have you, or less than 50% pasture, whatever it is. But it's all those other functions that are the important things.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, they're important to maintain. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll just. Yeah, no, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Just following on from those questions from Commissioner Sullivan, when I looked at your, I think I'd read this in your original evidence and the non-freshwater thing around the loss of the 400 hectares of wetlands that's been converted to exotic grassland. So I'm assuming that when you talk about that, that's what you're referring to in your paragraphs 4 to 17. So that type of wetland, that's the concern has been excluded from that definition.
So we talk 4 to 17, was it? 14 to 17?
Yeah, in your, that's confusing because you've got about 3 lots of evidence. In your,
yeah,
in your 14 to 17 for the evidence for this hearing. Yeah. That's addressing the issue that Bianca just raised with you around those wetlands that aren't classified as natural inland wetlands. You know, I'm wondering if that loss you've referred to between 96 and 2018 is actually those type of wetlands, and that's where the concern lies.
Yeah, well, I've reported on both that more recent loss and sort of the historic loss, where that 3/4 figure comes from. 76%, I think it was, the total loss. I'd assume the more recent loss tends to be in those wetlands that don't have the very high biodiversity values.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say that for sure.
What do they sort of look like on the ground? Are they just a wet corner with reeds and a paddock, or?
Yeah, they can be. They can just be, you know, the wet bit at the bottom of a gully. They can be, damp pasture that has been oversown or tried to be farmed at times. So we'll have those sort of pasture species really prevalent. But yeah, I think even with 50% pasture, there could still be a lot of plant species that you'd recognise as wetland species, carrots and flexes and tussocks.
So I'm kind of wondering how and it may be an unfair question for you, Mr. Farrell, maybe better to answer for you, Mr. Peregrine. How do the freshwater farm plans apply in this space? So I don't even know if that particular regulation even refers to wetlands. It talks about freshwater ecosystems, but when you come to do a farm plan, I would imagine, and I had a note, and then you actually picked it up in paragraph 15, that they're the areas that would actually be quite useful in a farming sense to actually deal with your runoff as a mitigation tool.
Yeah.
Do we envisage that happening through those farm plan things?
Talking about the farm plans, I'll be a bit out of my depth, but yeah, often farmers want to protect these things as well because they're, you know, sheep roll over in them and drown. They're fencing them off and planting them is a great use for them in terms of freshwater farm plans.
I think Mr. Farrell's online now having a look, so he can answer it later on. The other question I had for you is in your regional variability section, paragraphs 18 to 26, and it goes back to that question I had for Nigel around is there differences between fisheries and each of the FMU that you need to recognise in those visions? And you've said that the variability in the region in relation to those matters should be presented in the visions. I guess, how do we do that? We haven't really been provided. I know this panel can actually add stuff in that they don't have a submission on if we think it's a good idea, but I don't think we would go there if the community didn't tell us what that vision is and why you need it.
So that's talking about the sort of the outstanding fisheries amongst the FMUs. Is that sort of what you're talking about, or am I?
No, you're talking about ecological health in that, I think, in that section.
Yeah, it does seem to vary pretty strongly in terms of the coastal FMUs having a harder time with water quality.
Yeah, and when I look at the visions, that it doesn't really give you a clear picture. I know they're not the tools to manage that, but it's how you'd express that in a vision to be able to achieve an outcome further down the track.
Yeah, no, I don't think I saw anything in those visions that really look towards the specific issues around detriments, apart from nothing hydrocarbons. Good examples of that.
Okay, and the only other issue here, well, in your evidence in chief, you talked about the lake water quality in lakes, and you mentioned that no lakes in the Tago meet the bottom line for chlorophyll A. What's chlorophyll A? I know chlorophyll is related to photosynthesis. What's the relevance of that to lakes?
So it's a measure of your phytoplankton or your algae, pretty much. So yeah, you take a water sample and you measure how much phytoplanktons in it. It gives you an idea of how green your water is, basically. Yeah.
Green being not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you talked in your summary about the difficulty currently the comparing that lake water quality because there's addition of multiple testing sites at different depths on the large central lakes. What were you meaning there? What's happened that's caused the issue here?
So it's an issue with the comparison. It's great news overall. So they're testing different depths in those big central lakes. So now all of a sudden, I think we went from about 15 lake sites to it might be 45 or something. And now 2/3 of them are going to be in those big central lakes. So it skews the picture a wee bit, which makes it harder to compare figures to that older report.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I wasn't able to get the lake data in.
You're saying it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
I have no questions.
Just probably following on, Mr. Cooper, the discussion you just had about the lakes. I was just comparing the figures that you have in your paragraph 5 of your summary today with the figures provided in paragraph 46 of your evidence in chief of November 22. And all the percentages were lower on your paragraph 5 now, but that's dealing with flowing waterways, whereas the paragraph 46 ones from November 22 seem to be include, by your footnote, seem to include the stated trends of river and lake water quality. So the two are not quite.
No, and I haven't gone through and compared those.
Well, look, just take it from me that the 3 that were worse and significantly worse were Tari moving from 55% to 71%, Dunedin Coast 88 to 100, and Catlin's 75 to 100. But none of them's, just in a general sense, on my knowledge of the geography, would have great lake influence, would they?
I could look up what ones have lakes. I don't know if the Catlin's Lake is mentioned. No, I don't think it is.
Those 3.
Yeah. I don't think any of them have lakes.
No, so is that indicative that those 3, Tari, Catlin's, Dunedin Coast, have all degraded significantly in recent times.
I don't think I could comfortably say that just based on this was created off the data I have, and this is off a different set of data,
Right.
exactly how they talk to each other.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I can comfortably say that there's been a degradation between these two reports. Essentially, I was saying at an overview look, and I did prepare this earlier in the week, they largely align is the trend that I'm seeing. I didn't look at changes between the right.
It's a terrible question to ask you, but if I was to ask you, in a general sense, looking at the issue of degradation in the great majority of those water bodies, and they may be, and they are very different, I appreciate, but they may be so different. But if you had to put your finger on one or two features that were affecting that degraded quality, what would you say they were predominantly?
Land use changes, essentially, and the report recognises that land use, both pasture and urban, is the huge effect on water quality.
So particularly sediment carried degradation.
Yeah, so clarity has failed in a number of places.
Right.
Yeah, and the clarity of the water is almost like a master sort of effect. It affects everything else really pervasively. You can get away with a bit of extra nitrogen and a bit of extra phosphorus, and those things interact in different ways. But yeah, pour a heap of sediment into a waterway, it just doesn't go, it doesn't recover.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you.
I was just going to say earlier that some of the E. coli measures I saw was actually more fault. You even shot them at the ducks. Some of those.
It's back on the schedule.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you. So our final witness is Mr. Farrell, who has also prepared a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
Good afternoon. My summary, paragraph 2, I just identify that the state of the fishery environment in Otago, as you've just heard about, is underpinning context of some of my evidence. In paragraph 3, I'd highlight particularly what we heard yesterday from some of the farmers and my own experience living in Otago, that there are numerous water bodies that are not likely to be degraded or over allocated. And for example, in parts of Upper Lakes, Rohi. So I just wanted to be clear that I understand there to be many water bodies that are degraded and will effectively degraded and over allocated. Equally, there are some that will not be. I want to clarify that. In respect of Te Manawai, I stand by what I've previously said about my understanding of the fundamental concept. My simple understanding of Te Manawai, including from its explanations in the RPS, is that we need to put the needs of the water body ahead of people's needs, because only when a water body is in a good state of health can it be utilised sustainably. This is encapsulated by acknowledging and protecting the modi of the water. If people continue to prioritise human needs over the water's needs, i.e. the status quo, then water will continue to degrade, risking tipping points and making matters worse, not better, for current and future generations. On this basis, a paradigm shift is required to implement Te Manawai. Commissioner Hubert's question, I'll just add a little bit when you're asking Ms. Baker-Galloway around if it's indirect. Paragraph 12 of my rebuttal I might read out, which has been challenged heavily. But I hope it's really coming from my understanding of the concept, through the processes and experiences that I've been involved in. As Te Manawatu Wai is first and foremost about the needs of the water body, and then second about the health needs from connecting with the water body. It is illogical, and I do not think correct, to conclude that social well-being is derived from the water body, but realised after water has been taken away from the natural state of the water body, should be afforded second tier priority status. I think that's where I'm leading to indirectness. May not be where Ms. Baker-Gallagher is coming from, but that's sort of where I got to, taking into consideration the evidence before that paragraph. And back to my summary, achieving and protecting a state of good health. I maintain an appropriate outcome for all water bodies is to achieve and then protect a state of good health. This will require restoration of many water bodies in the region, including natural wetlands. Might just point out there, picking up on one of the potential questions, I understand the reference to natural wetlands in the RPS and throughout the RPS captures natural inland wetlands. And that's my understanding. So when talking about the wetlands that are not inland wetlands, they are natural wetlands upon the revised meanings that Mr. Boyd's put up, which I agree with. Paragraph 8. In restoring and protecting habitats of trout and salmon. I maintain it is important and appropriate to restore and protect habitats of trout and salmon, provided this is consistent with the restoration and protection of habitats of Indigenous species. I recommend amending LF FWP 7 and WM8A to provide a similar directive for the habitats of trout and salmon as for Indigenous species. And also use the words protecting and restoring, not sustaining. In respect of LFY01, recognising and providing for people's connections with Y. Without derogating from the special relationship of Māori and Y, objective LFY01 should recognise that all people have significant connections with Y. I maintain my support for inserting the clause, people are enabled to use, enjoy, and connect meaningfully with water bodies to further their health and well-being, including through recreation and harvesting food. I do not understand why this clause should not form part of a region-wide objective. Visions. It is clear aspirations of parts of the Otago community are not reflected in the visions. When I say it is clear, I'm reflecting certainly in the last 3 days of evidence that I've observed and presentations. I think they should be, as this will accord with the direction under section 333C of the MPSFM to express what communities and tangata whenua want the FMU, part of the FMU or catchment to be like in the future. I note there should be no harm in adding to the visions to reflect what respective members of the community aspire to, provided the clauses can be applied in a manner that implements the priorities to be afforded by applying the concepts of Te Manawatu Wai and Ki Te Kitai. I support adding the clauses to the visions sought by Fish and Game, which to me seem entirely appropriate for all the FMUs, putting aside the specificity potential direction there. I am not aware of any party raising significant concerns with any of the additional vision statements sought by Fish and Game. Slight point out of context in response to some of the amendments raised in the latest 42A report recommendations of Ms. Boyd in relation to hydro. And point you back to all of my evidence on this point. I maintain that hydro electricity generation should not be provided for without qualification. There is no statutory policy direction or obligation to provide for the should say they're reconsenting and upgrading of existing hydro schemes without and subject to consideration of the impact on fresh water, including how such impacts affect other people in the community. Now, paragraph 11, it has become apparent that it may not be achievable to restore all water bodies in the region to a good state of health by 2040. Particularly in respect of lag times as summarised in Mr. Paragraph. To help address this risk, I support amending the vision timeframes to allow environmental outcomes to be achieved after 2040 if all behavioural changes required to meet those environmental outcomes are implemented by 2040. And the track changes that are attached to the legal submission, Ms. Baker-Galloway, it's on what's page 17, and it's a new LFVMOA2 is what I've called it. And I've played with that and suggesting that the statement could be along the lines of, if an outcome set in LF, if an outcome set out is not able to be achieved by 2040 as a result of lag time, then all behavioural changes required to achieve that outcome are implemented by 2040. Probably not going to be perfect wording, but I've had an attempt to get it out there and play with that concept. Paragraph 12 of my summary. Based on the evidence before us, there is some uncertainty around what may be achievable. This is unavoidable. In the absence of robust evidence to the contrary, I maintain a 2040 timeframe is a suitable aspiration. I note that 2040 will be 49 years after the introduction of the RMA, 29 years after the MPS was first introduced, 30 years after Plan Change 6 provided some regulatory intervention on land use to shed light on the water quality issues in the region, and about 35 years since, for example, the Kaitahuki Otago Resource Management Plan specifically flagged degradation and over-allocation as an issue. And those clauses 9.22 and 9.42 use those words. Point being, this is not new, and 2040 is a reasonably long time away if we go back in time to when this issue was flagged and we should have been doing something about it. And on that point, my paragraph 13, I would further add that we've received evidence, for example, from the outlining how some community groups have taken the effort over the last decade or so to rethink and change their practices to be more environmentally sound. From my understanding of the Upper Lakes Road, which is where I live, including the Tukituki Valley area where Mr. Aspinall lives, I would have thought all the regional wide visions I recommend would be easily achievable by 2040, and suggest that some of them probably already have been achieved. In respect of natural wetlands versus natural inland wetlands, I maintain it is appropriate to protect natural wetlands and protect through restoration and enhancement of wetland values, and protection through restoration enhancement of wetland values should be recognised. I'm, I think, a sole planner recommending changes to one of the provisions, which I'll take you to in a minute, and I'll explain that briefly. Paragraph 15, LFFWP9. And I think you've heard from Ms. Boyd, maybe Ms. McIntyre, and Ms. Bartlett, that there have been discussions with myself and Mr. Brass about the wording of LFFWP9. In the track change version that Ms. Baker-Galloway has put up, that is a wording that I support based on those conversations. I can't speak for those others. It's on the right track. I will just find it. I know the other planners were reluctant to support clause 2, which is the point I'm talking about, that I see part of protection is restoring what we have, restoring what's left, enhancing what's left. That is a means of protecting the natural wetland system. In terms of clause 1, I think we've landed that with agreement of those planners that I referred to, but I'll be able to confirm or deny that when they speak. I note that we had some conversation around ecosystem health versus ecological integrity. I've engaged with 2 ecologists that you heard from today from Fish and Game, based on their advice and thinking about it myself. I prefer utilising ecosystem health because, as I understand it, it incorporates each of the factors we're talking about ecological integrity as that's defined in the MBS biodiversity. Ecosystem health is a known component of freshwater attributes provided for in the MBS, freshwater management, whereas ecological integrity, on the other hand, is an unknown, especially in respect of its applicability to wetlands. And then just my conclusion, I confirm that I support my recommendation.
Just before I open to other commissioners, you made an oral comment, but you turned sideways as you did it when you referred to your discussion, the outcome of your discussions in respect of clause 1 of that P9.
I think we've landed it. Landed it is what I believe I may have said.
I thought you said abandoned it. But, yeah, no, landed it. Right.
I think we are all in agreement on that clause.
Right.
And you will hear from the others as to whether that's true or false.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just start with the wetland comment then, because I suppose one of the points that's coming out of Mr. Cooper's evidence is that the definition of natural wetland is a subset of the RMA definition of wetland, albeit a rather large subset, and that it excludes some wetlands, you know, the 50% pasture and that kind of thing. That's something that hasn't been picked up. If you refer to the interpretation in the RPS, it talks about natural wetland as having that definition that's linked to natural inland wetland in the MPSFM, I believe. Am I missing something here?
Supplementary evidence. Yeah, Ms. Boyd's new definitions.
Oh, I'm looking at this one actually, so I've got to look up. So the one she provided the other day.
I'm not sure it was tabled last time.
Yes, in response to the MPSIB implications.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm now working with updated definitions.
Okay.
Which, if you want a shortcut to them, are in the track changes version.
Your track changes version here, which is the definition at the front here. I would see that.
That's right. So it's in green.
Yep. Yeah. So she's gone back to natural inland wetland in the interpretation section rather than natural wetland. It's a little
so the natural wetland remains, but I think, but I understand it's a non-FPI provision, just to make everything even more complicated.
Right. So that's why
it's not here.
So okay. So I apologise, I haven't picked it up. The baseline document showing that my track changes are what Felicity helpfully sent me.
Yeah.
In a Word document of the freshwater provisions. And so if there's supplementary evidence on the Indigenous biodiversity recommended amendments to the definitions of the non-freshwater provisions,
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Hence where I see on the previous, the cover page to your appendix, to Ms. Baker Galloway's appendix 2, green is from the NPS, for NPSIB 42A report. Yeah, okay. So the natural wetland definition will remain, and the natural inland wetland definition?
Yes, I believe so, and I can quickly try and find it and send a link to the hearing administrator for you all, just in case I have misunderstood anything.
I mean, those two definitions are going to be quite similar though, aren't they?
The only difference is effectively the
Coastal marine area.
Yeah, and the 50%.
Pasture
cover.
Yeah.
Which is the case in point. So if you use a practical example, Ms. McIntyre's evidence gives the image of the scroll plains in Torre, which I find really helpful. If you have got that, then when talking about what do these wetlands look like that are not natural inland wetlands, to me, there's case in point, whether or not they should be protected, restored, or managed, or otherwise.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just now looking at what's on the online version of the supplementary council supplementary evidence, and the definition of natural wetland has been amended.
Has been amended. Okay. Yeah.
And it deletes C and D. So it means a wetland as defined in the Act that is not a deliberately constructed wetland, blah, blah, blah. That is not a wetland that has developed in or around a deliberately constructed wetland, blah, blah, blah. Full stop.
That makes sense.
So it's effectively the RMA definition of wetlands,
yeah,
excluding man-made wetlands.
Yeah, yeah.
My understanding.
So I'm just making a note here.
And further to the point, if you were to look at some of the recommended amendments in my evidence in chief, that's what I was promoting.
Yeah.
And so effectively my supplementary evidence is I agree with council's position, Ms. Boyd's position.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move on from that then. But that's got it all a little clearer in my head now. That's good. The 2040 and the new objective that you're proposing. Just find it. So OA2.
Yes.
I mean, my understanding was that the intent of OA01A was that all those the sub-clauses in O1A would apply to all of the FMUs and within the timeframes that are set for those FMUs. So you're saying that they should all apply, that a timeframe of 2040 should apply to all of those region-wide objectives, and then the individual FMU objectives or visions would have their individual timeframes, which is sort of different, I think, to what Ms. Boyd was proposing and to the discussions that we had with some of the farmer group yesterday, and I know you were here for that. I mean, do you have a comment on that? Do you think that's a substantive sort of issue or difference, or not really?
I don't think it should, for me to say, I don't think it should be a worrying point, because I think it's largely, I think I've watched Mr. Cameron Mr. Anderson actually, that if to get around the law, if that's the issue, that all you need to do is cut and paste into a specific section, then do that. The intent, the substantive intent is that these visions are the same. What we're trying to achieve is environmental outcome in every FMU. In terms of timeframes, you're correct in your interpretations. I had said these should be achieved by 2040, and then if there's a specific FMU that has difference, which these ones do, have different timeframes, then that's fine.
Yeah, because I suppose we had Ms McIntyre, I think it was, suggesting that for each of the FMU visions, there's an amendment there to refer to 01A, so to pull those points into each of the FMU visions. I suppose what you're suggesting is quite a different approach, where we have a region-wide vision with a time frame for those points, and then the individuals separate. Yeah.
That's effectively what I've done. I mean, I'm working with what was in front of me in terms of the structure. So I went with the concept of having a region-wide approach. I thought it was helpful. In terms of timeframes, we don't have the evidence to know what's achievable and what's not definitively. And I think I addressed that in my summary.
We've
and I think it's going to be a matter of you having heard all the evidence before you. What makes those tests of the directions in the MPS FM around difficult but achievable.
Yeah, so just on those visions, the points that you raise in your evidence in chief, I think there's a bunch of them that you've summarised in paragraph 38, and then go through and address in turn. Where did they come from? Is there a source for those?
So
a form of them will be.
Yeah, right. So did they potentially come through sort of fish and game surveys or responses from members on anything, or any idea?
I will hand over to Mr. Berrigan if that's okay to answer your question. From my input, I took what was given to me from the fish and game submission, and then I worked with that, putting my own opinion on to that, reflecting on the evidence.
Yeah, sorry. So we spoke last time about the way the fishing game gets direction generally. We don't try and poll license holders, but we do have a democratic governance system. So everything that we are proposing here, those directions, general directions, come through our sports fishing game management plans and come through our direction from governors who are democratically elected. So in that sense, yes, there is a pathway there for license holder input. As I understand it, I think Ms. Beck Galloway probably described it best in terms of plugging the holes in the, I'm assuming you're talking here about LFFW01A. So there are some, I don't mean this means altogether in my mind, obvious holes. For example, in subclause 1, we want healthy freshwater ecosystems and estuarine ecosystems to support healthy populations of indigenous species. I would imagine that it would be helpful to also talk about water bodies being in good, instead of good health and well-being, because we have because of the objective of the MPSFM ties is so clear on that. And similarly, if we go down to 11, recreation access to water bodies, that is another one which comes through very clearly from license holders. And we would say, we being fishing game and my governors would say that is very important, and certainly should be part of the future state of water bodies. And similarly, there's in 9, the proposal for a cumulative effect consideration, so that all people and activities affecting freshwater support the health and well-being of water bodies. So, yeah, all gaps that we're thinking is helpful will be helpful in providing that holistic overarching vision.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Your summary was really actually one of the more useful subjects, actually, to be honest. Just on your 01, the comment you make there, how you don't understand that clause shouldn't form part of regional objectives. I'm not sure if you heard Sandra yesterday. She actually on Monday. She agreed. Yeah, she actually agreed that, well, you can't just allow that for mana whenua. It should also be reflected for others. So there was some recognition of that, I think. I don't think it was in her formal evidence. She made it already. So, but looking at the amendments recommended to 01A and 9, I look at 9 and that's where the arguments would start, I guess. How in the extractor it actually say they're supporting the health and well-being, but I guess that gets dealt with further down the chain when you consider those allocation limits as a setting the scene for that, I suppose.
It's also part of the obligation of all people to think about the water and this concept of te mana te wanki te katai. That a vision, so the vision is that people as part of the environment everyone understands this paradigm talked about yesterday. Well, some are saying there is no need to talk about paradigm. I think there is, and that vision helps bring that out as an outcome.
In your own, well, before I get off that vision or objective, that is probably reflecting 1 and 2 as opposed to 3. Do we need, and ignore whether what they are in there, but do you see this regional policy that actually needs to identify what's under 1, 2, and 3? We have had submissions that, well, that's very hard to do because they are linked. Identifying specific things out of, I mean, you've heard how difficult that's going to be.
Yeah, and fundamentally, as much as conceptually, if you go back to my evidence in chief on the non-freshwater provisions, the clearer, more prescriptive, direct this RPS is, the better and easier it's going to be able to be implemented. If you don't deal with it now, we're going to be arguing it. There's going to be a lot of time, frustration, and money spent in the next process.
So are you suggesting we need to say what's included?
I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah.
As a practitioner, I would prefer that the RPS set the direction for what's what. Boxing its shadows around processes and outcomes, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's whatever decision you make is challenged, or if you leave it, then it might not be challenged. The next process will then be challenged. It's a difficult. I think we need to realise, and certainly in my experience in court dealing with freshwater provisions, there is absolute acknowledgement that this is not easy.
I think you might be right on the challenge thing. Yeah, OA2, which, yeah, that's very thought-provoking. It's almost aligning with the farmers group in terms of our transition. You're almost picking up on that. And the only question I had around that is those behavioural changes that, how would you express that? How would you encapsulate that to be, so we could give some certainty to that, said, yeah, well, we know there's going to be issue, not, but you've changed how you do what, I guess. We have to have a set of specific things that people would have to do that signals a change. And where does that sit? Not in this document, but in the regional water plan. Is that how you envisage that working?
Yes. It's possibly not so much around the cost of infrastructure investment repayment argument that I think you've heard from the farming sector, and it's more about the biophysical reality or behaviour of stopping a practice. So there's this lag time. There's just nothing you can do about meeting these environmental outcomes from a biophysical point of view. Even if you've done everything you practically can, possibly can, as a human, as land use activity, to meet those outcomes.
Come back to your summary then, and you talk about in 10C, hydroelectricity generation, probably more by way of a comment, but I'm thinking you may have been involved. The way I think I read about in the paper today.
I read that too.
Yeah, so you haven't been aware of that? You was obviously
very aware. Yeah.
Yes. So was that a environment court? Was that part of the land and water plan resolution?
Yeah.
And is
I can tell you anything you want to know about it.
Well, I'd be interested to know how they got to that, because I've seen a suggestion in some events. I think we're going to hear that these things should be controlled activities, but or something like that.
Well, that's where that one started.
Yeah, so it's got to discretionary. And what was the, given the MPS around REGs, how did they get
there? There was no decision required. So we had
it was mediated.
We had a hearing, and effectively the court left the room and let the parties then go back to the court and say we think we can reach a deal. The very similar situation here in respect of the Clutha, not so much in possibly not so much in respect of the non-large dams that are not recognised directly in the MPS. So if you're thinking as the Clutha as an example of the Manapuri hydro scheme, the council's decision version on the plan provided for the upgrading and ongoing for the reconsenting of the Manapuri hydro scheme as a controlled activity. So I think there's a whole bunch of appeals about that, and everything you've heard in evidence about hydro, I think, was been canvassed in that case, probably. Where the court got to, where parties got to, was agreement that the reconsenting of the hydro scheme, which will happen in the life of 2030, I think it's going to happen, so the life of the plan, is a discretionary activity. Now, whether there's something that is going to change in the legislation out of everyone's hands, that may happen at the regional plan level, which is what that case was about. Go back to my arguments. I think the outcome is consistent with my evidence on this. That when you're talking about fresh water, a consented regime now has not taken in, that decision did not take into account what now needs to be taken into account. And when it comes to reconsenting the status quo, there might be issues, for example, related to treaty settlements that need to be taken into account. There's opportunity cost discussions that may need to be taken into account. So it's more of a neutral playing field at the reconsenting stage. And that doesn't derogate away from the importance of hydro. Just saying that. And a key point, I think, is if existing schemes were to be reconsented we'd assume, in that case, Meridian would want to apply for a 35-year term. So that means we're writing rules of provisions now for a development that was built 3 decades ago, 50 years ago, that would then be consented up to 2065. So that's the key part too. It's this policy framework. Is it appropriate to give a leg up to hydro, existing hydro, to lock in the status quo for the next 40 odd years?
Just a couple of quick ones in your units and chiefs that you'll continue to promote a new issue 12 from your, I think that got introduced in your non-freshwater stuff. And there was some caucusing on a sort of use and access to natural resources, which a new issue came out of. I thought you were aware of that, so are you asking for this in addition to that?
No, I think it's just there for completeness.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You were a part of it. Were you a part of that course? Yeah.
Yeah, I was. And I think it was dealt with in the other hearing.
Yeah.
That, I can't recall that actually,
Yeah.
but I still like the version I had.
Yeah. Everyone likes the version they had. Only one other question in here, Mr. Chief, and I know it's not reflected in your proposed amendments that was attached to Marie's submissions. And it was in relation to FWM6, and you're seeking a couple of additions there. Are you no longer promoting those or seeking those? It's in your paragraph 64 of your evidence in your sheet. Because where there's just, I was wondering what human amenity meant in 4, given you want amenity rid of.
Trying to work out if I accidentally missed it off this latest version.
Well, to be fair, it might be in your one.
Which provision is that, sorry, Commissioner?
FWM6. Yeah, FWM6.
M6.
Yeah, so the method for regional plans, I think.
Yeah, I don't see any changes to that in the appendix to Ben's evidence and chief either.
No, but it does talk about in my evidence.
Oh, but you do talk about it, yeah.
Well, I think from that we can take it that it's still a live issue for you.
Yeah, we might need to reflect on that and get back to you.
Well, Ben's going to be here on Monday again.
Tomorrow.
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 Mhm.
Is it tomorrow? Okay.
This tomorrow.
This tomorrow, yeah. I live my life in hearing, so I don't know who's turning up then.
Sorry about that.
Well, MW, FW rather, M6 is appended to the version attached to your submissions, Mr. Howard, at page 32.
Yeah.
It's marked up on the page.
That was out in the red.
Yes, I think the red is the 42A report writers edition. And yes, in neither of the versions of Mr. Farrell's changes, either from his evidence in chief or today, have we brought through that point from his text of his evidence in chief.
No, I can certainly check and confirm. I think what's happened is I haven't pursued it because the 42A report author has recommended a whole lot of strike throughs.
Mm.
But I will check that.
Yeah, well, I guess you can come back tomorrow and talk about that, but yeah, I was just wondering whether, and that's probably the case, that there is a lot of changes in it. It gets very confusing because the version we've had is sort of out of order, being moved around, so I'm trying to find it. No, that's all I had. Thank you very much for your summary and useful assistance.
Sure, Ben. I've got two other live issues I'd like to focus on. And that's Mahinga Kai and Maori that you raised. So I'll start with Mahinga Kai. And I'm looking in particular at section 24 of your evidence in chief, where you say at the end that your understanding of Mahinga Kai references in the RPS are not intended to capture practices undertaken by Pākehā and the tiriti. And that's been a nagging thought in my mind as well, right from the outset of this whole exercise. What are we talking about when we talk about Mahinga Kai? And you quite rightly point out the fact here that even Mahinga Kai in the Māori context has changed. I think, all those sort of things you might not have considered to be Mahinga Kai in a traditional sense, but the world goes on, and so here we are. Now, having picked up that last bit in that paragraph 24 about your understanding that it's the Pākehā tangata tiriti cultural practices are not included. Do I take it from that you'd quite like to see that be incorporated into the statement? And if so, how?
I would love to see it in there. I don't think it can or should be though. And I would rely on Ngāi Tahu experts and a lot more thought given to whether or not that's appropriate. I guess I thought it might raise a topic of conversation, and because game point of view, talking with these guys and reading submission and my own experiences, which overlap between the Western world and the Māori world, and keeping live Mahinga Kai traditions. These Pākehā can't go catch some tuna and embrace the feeling that their ancestors of hundreds of years have been doing the same thing, passing on their knowledge. And that place, which obviously has that connection to their ancestral time. In the modern day, and a lot of the benefits will be the same. A lot of the reasons will be the same, but it's not the same. I recommend that this issue be considered by you and you find a home for if it is part of Mahinga Kai, then that's great. And presumably for that to happen, it needs to be supported by mana whenua. as to what it means for this region and this regional policy statement. If it doesn't, then I've put up, offered up a policy response or provisions to say, and mahi kai, and we recognise the connectedness and the importance to Pākehā.
I see there's just another one of those things that are out there yet live, to use the coin phrase.
Sorry, just one more thing. For my own planning evidence and from a fish and game perspective, this did come up in Plan Change 7 in the court cooling process. It was discussed, and so my thinking has evolved out of that, particularly with the contemporary side of it, where I can't remember who said it, whether it was Mr. Allison or Mr. Whanga or someone else. A different kamata, but it was definitely, I recall the specifically recognition that we go and catch trout because that's a contemporary form of mahi. And then that was the link to then where does Pākehā fit into that?
My other question jumped up at me from your summary evidence in paragraph 5. Your last sentence there, which reads, this is encapsulated by acknowledging and protecting the modi of water. Now, the word acknowledging is the one I want to just capture, because that's, I think that's part of the difficulty that we're having around the broader conversation that we're having or trying to have around modi. When people say we don't understand what it is, so it's almost too hard to deal with. I think what you're kind of suggesting in here is there's a sort of preliminary point at which you have to first of all acknowledge it. And I think people acknowledge it, but very, very broadly. They're acknowledging, but they're not quite sure what they're acknowledging, or they, there's a sense of ignorance, maybe even, not to put too fine a point on it. So, would you just like to expand a bit on that sentence, that that around acknowledging? And
I put that sentence in there intentionally, and I guess that probably sparked by listening to Miss Irving yesterday, who I think was saying that I was not correct, or off topic, possibly whatever she was saying, when I was referencing Māori, and intertwining that with Te Manatu Wai. Because I have, through my learnings and experience, I don't know how you can sever off the Māori from Te Manatu Wai, because we have that understanding what it's about. Also, part of that is pointing to my rebuttal evidence where I have attached the Waitangi Tribunal findings. And there's a specific clause there around a finding. In our view, the amendments, we're talking about the 2017 version of the RPS Freshwater, the amendments have created an opportunity for greater partnership in freshwater plan making and for Māori values, especially the Māori and health of water bodies to be better reflected in freshwater plan making. So without getting into the detail of what is it and acknowledging it, I am recognising that there's other processes where it's been really considered thoughtfully way above my head that have distinguished Māori and talking about it as being important to when applying the concept of Te Manatu Wai. I don't know how best to articulate why I would acknowledge Māori other than to say, I don't see how you can separate the two. And it's always been my understanding that, you know, the Māori is the essence of the water. So if you, but it's different to ecosystem health.
Yeah, you highlighted even more in paragraph 28 in your evidence in chief, where up until now, all I've heard from most people is that fishing game are seeking to restore whatever the habitats of trout and salmon, as long as it aligns with habitats of indigenous species. In paragraph 28, you flip that around a little bit. You say fishing game is seeking the habitats of trout and salmon be protected and restored insofar as this is consistent with protecting and restoring the Māori of Otago's water bodies and their health and well-being. Well, I mean, I think they're the same thing, but it's flipping the words around a little bit that that caught my attention, I suppose, when I read it.
And I certainly picked up on Ms. Bartlett's evidence and discussions around Māori and the location of the term Māori in respect of referencing the Otago's water bodies and their health and well-being.
Yeah, you know, that's all I had. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Really, only one issue for me, Mr. Farrell, that arises out of that discussion, and I don't want to rehash of the Manapuri court case that you obviously have managed to resolve, but during the course of that, did anybody point out what seems to me to be quite bizarre in terms of the NPS for electricity generation, in that it has a directive policy, that policy E2, regional policy statements and regional district plans shall include objectives, policies and methods to provide for the development, operation, maintenance and upgrading of new and existing hydroelectricity generation activities to the extent applicable to the regional district. And yet the preamble says this national policy statement does not apply to the allocation and prioritisation of fresh water, as these are matters for regional councils to address in a catchment or regional context and may be subject to the development of national guidance in the future, i.e. the NPS. So you've got a crazy situation, haven't you, where you've got one NPS saying you've got to provide for these activities in rivers, because hydro electricity generation is defined as including hydroelectricity. So you've got to provide for the activities, but at the same time not allowing any water. Well,
I was involved in helping prepare that, part of the many people that prepared that back in 2010-ish. You're correct, in my understanding, but purely and simply the rationale is that the freshwater MPS was being developed at that same time, but the MPS renewables came out first. It was always intended, when talking about freshwater allocations and privatisation, that would come under the MPS freshwater framework. So it is a it's not a conflict between MPSs, because the MPS renewables does not relate to the prioritisation and allocation of freshwater.
but it does direct the regional policy statements have to make provision for those activities
to the extent applicable in the region. And that could be interpreted as saying, well, if you've got existing hydro, then if your freshwater regime has not been worked out yet, then to what extent is it applicable to provide for water? Certainly MPS, around other types of electricity generation, it's all about providing for that solar, wind, geothermal, where geothermal exists. And the language is cut and paste with those E provisions. Provide for, recognise and provide for, recognise and provide for, recognise and provide for. But freshwater is, as I interpret my understanding, until the community has been through the FMU setting process. It's not as direct.
Right. And so your interpretation of the reconciling of the two is based on time of phrase, what's applicable in that region. Because what's applicable won't be settled until the NOF process is undertaken, etc.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're going to hear competing legal opinions on that. That's my understanding.
Right. Good. Thank you. That's the questions I had. And thank you all for accommodating us and coming along a bit earlier than I anticipated.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway.